Good evening. It's New Year's Eve, December 31st, 2024. You're watching Co-op for Two. You're joining me for a last-minute live stream that will take place over New Year's Eve into the new year. I'll tell you about why we're having this stream in a little bit. Today we're going to do an audience choice. I've got a bunch of games in front of me that we can choose from. We could play something else as well. But those of you who are familiar with these last-minute live streams, I try not to play any of the games that I know people are really looking forward to and want me to schedule far in advance. So these are mostly games that we've got multiple copies from the series. But let's check in with the chat, make sure I'm actually live, see how everyone's doing. YouTube says 14 concurrent viewers. That's a little unusual. I thought most of you would be out with friends having your real life stuff, but I'm not one of those people that think real life is better than online life. So if you're home alone, you shouldn't feel any shame. I love being home alone over holidays. It feels like I'm getting some bonus time that no one else is getting. I do have a wife. She's in Japan currently. Okay, so let me explain why we're having a stream today while you guys do your internet searching and figure out what games you want to play here. We've been playing on the channel for the last 4 days a big, heavy, serious game called Razorhurst Blood Alley, which I recommend, a free print and play game. And we've been very seriously into it. And the plan was to take off tonight and tomorrow and get back into it after that. That's still the plan. The plan is still to continue playing Razorhurst Blood Alley on Thursday and then play Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and so on. However, and I was going to take off probably today and tomorrow. I mean, take off, that's not the right word, but I was going to take a break and work on other projects. What happened was, yesterday there was a bit of a plumbing issue in the building, and the person downstairs came upstairs and her sink was overflowing. And she was talking on her cell phone and panicked and everything. And she was like, here, talk to Claire and so on. And I was like, I took the phone. I started talking to this other person who helps run this building. We're in a condo here. And as I'm finishing talking, I realized the person who's given me the phone has a mask on. And I give her back the phone. And I'm like, you don't think you have COVID, do you? And she's like, oh yeah, I've got COVID. So I've just been speaking directly into this cell phone of the person who has been breathing into it with COVID. So, and to this morning, I mean, I feel great, but I do feel a little bit of that tickle in the back of your throat. So I suspect that I may come down with COVID in the next couple of days. So I thought, maybe we'll get on and have we'll have our like last hurrah of good health live stream here before the things get bad. So that's the other reason why we're playing tonight, to sort of get in one good live stream before things go wrong. All right, so, but I feel great. I'm very happy to be here. I'm happy to spend this time with you. This is not my second choice for what to do. So, picking a game. Here are our ground rules for when we play these last-minute live streams. If anyone has played anything and wants to join for this tonight, you just say that I've played this and we'll eliminate that. We'll veto it completely. And then otherwise, we'll just have a vote here. Let me tell you a little bit about what your choices are here, though. We've got this advent calendar that's meant to be played over 24 days. We could just marathon it right now. It might take us 20 hours, I don't know. The only problem is each puzzle is in like a little box. Sometimes you have to sort of stare into it. So we'd have to work a little hard to share it with the cameras, but we could do it. All right, there's your one choice. Another solid choice would be this Hunt to Killer standalone box called A Wealth of Murder. This will be a dossier game or a cold case game. It's rated at 4 of 5 difficulty, so it won't be an easy case. 2 to 4 hours, I think it's rated at. So, no, 2 to 2.5 hours, but that could take us 6 hours. That might be a serious one. But I'm interested in it. It looks interesting. I've got 2 other cold case games in front of me. They tend to be a little easier. One is Think Fun, Pinch of Murder. I think this is the only Think Fun cold case game we haven't played. And then I have one from Unsolved Case Files called Jane Doe, but I also have a Jamie Banks one. We could play a different one of those if we want. Those are reasonably enjoyable cold case games, but tend to be a little easier. Then we have Who Killed Mia, which is this odd one that somehow got some traction. I don't know if it's because they were selling it cheaply or selling it on Amazon, but it looks like a cold case game. Might be a little internet involved. I don't know. I haven't seen a review of it, but it's a sort of shot in the dark. Then I have a box from the Conundrum Box series. And this is their sub-series called The Great Explorers Society. We played one of these and quite enjoyed it. We played a Yeti one. And it was sort of like it's puzzles, but it's a little bit like Deadbolt Mystery Society. Puzzles, but some real narrative. And especially, I think, with this Great Explorers Society has narrative. This one is Orient Express. That appeals to me. And I've got a bunch of little puzzle games here. A Deckscape game. This is just one I picked out. We could play a bunch of these. An Unlock box. Again, these are card-based puzzle games. Echoes series, you know, is audio-based. That's a little odd, but it might be interesting to play. Then Cartaventura game, Vinland, is this one. This is more of an adventure game, but we played one that I really liked called Lhasa. And then I've got this solo legacy card game from the designer of Terraforming Mars that I really can't wait to get into. That's probably not the best choice for streaming, and I haven't read the rules, so we'd have to read them together, and I don't know how long it is, so that's probably not the best choice. And then we have our old standby Deadbolt Mystery Society box. This is just one I've picked out because someone in the Discord keeps recommending we play Conspiracy. We could play any Deadbolt, but probably we would play Conspiracy. And then I guess almost lastly, we have the Egyptian Enigma. This is a game from a company called History Mysteries or Mini Mysteries. It's quite beautiful. It's a puzzle game. It is rated as easier. It's more of a family style game. And I've got 3 of these, a brand new one that just kickstarted. This is an older one. So this one would be more of a cool experience to look at cool documents and stuff, but probably not super challenging. And then I've got Black Stories here, which would be an audience game. We could play with the audience. We could play that at the end of the stream as well if we have a short stream. And then lastly here in front of me is SideQuest Frostpunk, which was sent to me. We've played 2 of the 3 SideQuest games. They're narrative puzzle games. Some are good, some are bad. All right. So there's 14 of you. What would you like to play? Hopefully you've been talking about it. Let's see what the chat says before we open up the vote. Derek Brenner says Hunt to Killer. Matt C says we vote Hunt to Killer. We had some good experience lately playing those. They're a bit easy but fun. DJ Moneycut says the Orient Express looks pretty cool. True Obsession says Deadbolt or Hunt to Killer. Buddha Bell says Deadbolt Conspiracy, Orient Express. conspiracy if it's not a conspiracy. All right, well, let's have our vote. Here we go. All right, so you just say, where's my top-down vote? All right, you just, I guess we don't want top-down vote. You just say vote and vote whatever you want. Where is my, trying to find the vote that shows you these things, but it's a little, I'm not doing a good job. I don't have a good view. I thought I did, actually. Let me see. Is it this? No. I don't have a good scene where you can see everything. You'll just have to remember it. All right, so anyway, you just type vote and then what you want to play. And I would like to hear what you guys have been up to, if you have any plans for the new year. We've got a couple votes for Deadbolt Mystery Society Conspiracy. One vote. Joseph says, my vote disappeared. No, no one's vote disappeared. Oh, did I reset it? Maybe I reset it when I changed views. We've got a couple votes for Orient Express. I need to make a note to get a better vote view. This is my plugin for OBS, by the way, this voting system plugin. I'm pretty proud of it. It's actually seems to work pretty well. But I do need to make a view where you can see what's in front of me better. It's, let's see, if it's 10 p.m. Central Standard Time, we'll have New Year in 2 hours. But those of you on the East Coast will get New Year's in an hour and a half or so. And some of you have already had New Year's. You're on New Year's Day, is that right? Looks like the vote is pretty split. And no one's already played any of these that are up for choice. We've got another vote for the Hunt a Killer. Let me start putting away the ones that are clearly not getting any votes. And maybe I can put these on the top down so you can see. Hopefully I haven't lost anything. Okay, so there's your Deadbolt Mystery Society Conspiracy. There's your Hunt a Killer. We've got a vote still for the Egyptian one. Vote for that. No votes for that. Remember, this isn't a strict democracy, but I'm okay with playing any of these. Okay, well, it looks like it's not going to be the Egyptian one. And no one has played any of these, so we don't have to rule any out. Anyone want to jump out of the background and vote? I can't see DJ Money Cuts. Oh, Orient Express. Okay. I guess Orient Express has only gotten one vote. So I guess I can remove this one. And if you voted for Orient Express, you can now change your mind and vote for one of these. So 2 games from 2 series that are fairly consistently good. At least the Hunt to Kill or standalone boxes have gotten a little better. So does Antonella and DJ Moneycut want to change your votes? Okay, 4 votes for Conspiracy, 2 votes for the Hunt a Killer. Conspiracy is winning out a little bit. I'm a little bit surprised, but it is interesting. I mean, we've played 24 of the Deadbolt Mystery Society games. They are a known quantity. They are consistently good. But I'm a little bit surprised that you guys don't want to see this Hunt a Killer box. All right, we're coming down to the final decisions here. 3 votes for Conspiracy, 3 votes for Hunt a Killer, but Buddha Bala is also voting for Conspiracy, so that's 4-3. So I'm a little more interested. Well, here, think of it this way. Conspiracy is going to be your puzzle game with some narrative, and A Wealth of Murder is going to be your cold case game. Does that help anyone make up their final mind? I'm going to give you 30 more seconds to get on the record here. Four for Hunt a Killer, 3 for Conspiracy. I see. Antonella says, I switched my vote, but it's not registering. It should register. I don't see your vote. I just see it says vote Egyptian. 5 Hunt a Killers, 2 Conspiracy. I see the votes started changing when people heard which one is cold case and which one is thing. Okay, well, I guess we can stop now here. All right, well, we are playing Hunt a Killer, A Wealth of Murder. I'm not sure what broke the floodgates, but the decision is made. A Wealth of Murder. And I can now turn off the vote. All right. A Wealth of Murder. Joseph Mayu says, I'm disappointed. Well, I'm sorry. Joseph is the one who's been telling me to play Conspiracy. We're going to get to it. Don't worry. We'll get to Conspiracy eventually. All right. A Wealth of Murder. Anything else to say before we get started? Let's walk through this. We've seen the basic. We know how the Hunt a Killer generally works, but let's go through it together. Your goal in Hunt a Killer, A Wealth of Murder is to identify who killed Tim. In this game, you're playing the role of a private investigator solving a murder case, working alone or as part of a team. You'll need to discover clear means, motive, and opportunity to find the killer. So we've got contents here. We're going to skip that. Take notes, getting started. The first thing to do is read the letter from your contact, Jill, who's valuable information to help you understand the basics of the case. The rest of the documents are yours to explore, go through them, order doesn't matter. Only one suspect will fit all 3 categories with means, motive, and opportunity. there is a solution letter. We'll read that when we're all done. Obviously, don't read it beforehand. We could get clues at this QR code and then read Jill's letter. All right. So we've got a big box of contents here that we can look at together, including an empty bottle of pills, some crumpled notes, a little bag. All right, and a big brochure here. That's interesting. Cards. I mean, some pretty impressive stuff here. All right, lots of stuff. Now, is this Jill's letter? Yes. Okay, here we go. From Vita and Vita Wellness and Lifestyle, from the desk of Vita Lancaster, founder and CEO, Vita Wellness Lifestyle LLC. My name is Jill Dunn, personal assistant to the incomparable Vita Lancaster. Last weekend, I accompanied Vita on a trip with her old friend Murray Dembo, yes, the mineral magnate, to his villa in Portocielo. In case you're not familiar, Portocielo is a small city-state in South America. It's also geographically beautiful and financially confidential. I was excited to go because Murray's assistant, Tim Buckland, would be there. Tim's a good friend of mine, and I was looking forward to finally spending some time together. Besides that, it looked like it would be a quick jet to another country like any other. But things went wrong. Tim's dead. I remember screaming when I saw his body in Murray's bedroom. I remember seeing everyone rush in and gather around him. They didn't scream. It was like they weren't even there, or like Tim wasn't. Now, when I think about that moment, all I can see is that awful gash in Tim's head and all the blood. Later, I'd find what I believed to be the murder weapon in the ballroom trash can, a fist-sized stone pyramid. Tim always wanted to see the pyramids. As terrible as this was, no one officially investigated. The local government favors wealthy foreigners and avoids international incidents. All the local police did was take Tim's body and call it an accident. Vita said if it would make me feel better, she'd pay for a private investigator. I hope I can feel better. But never mind how I feel. I need you to figure out who the killer is. Could be anyone who was there. Amber Klein is the owner and CEO of the Lil Pills empire of dietary supplements. I've never met anyone so uptight, and that's saying something. Bob Heck developed the Healthy Quick app and just sold it for billions. Word on the street is he still has quite the sweet tooth. Roma Pantheon is the newly orphaned heiress to the Pantheon Hotel fortune, and I can't tell if she keeps her head in the clouds or not. Phoenix Phillips Jr. is the founder and CEO of the Morpho Method, a 9-step program for discovering purpose and meaning, and apparently a great way for him to make some money. Murray's real name is Maurice, but nobody calls him that. He's a little eccentric, but almost in an adorable kind of way. Finally, I hate to say it, but it could also be Vita. It was Vita's idea to get everyone to try the Morpho Method and take this trip in the first place. All these people are very independent, somewhat reclusive, and a little odd, so you may have your work cut out for you. But I can help you. I've got an eye for detail, and I found some curious items that might be of interest to your investigation. I'm also sending with this letter some background information on everyone. Just news articles, business journal pieces, and things like that. It's all the usual stuff Vita would have me do before she'd meet anyone. You have to make sure you don't fall in with the wrong crowd, you know. One thing that stands out to me is this graduation card for Tim's daughter. Tim doesn't have any kids. Not sure what that's about, but these things are yours now. This all happened in the villa, which is one of Murray's several homes around the world and the farthest from civilization. No internet, no cell service, just a satellite phone that Tim was in charge of. He'd take messages and encode them for privacy. I think it had something to do with which room people were staying in. I found one for each person, which I think is how many calls everyone got, though I don't remember Roma getting a call, or Murray for that matter. The villa is a big estate, but small compared to Murray's others. It only takes about 5 minutes to walk from end to end. It sits on a high mesa desert, but it overlooks a jungle in the valley to the east. It's really quite beautiful and strange as these things go. Looking back on it, the whole night feels surreal. I remember leaving the lounge just before everyone else as they drank their tea and I went to the kitchen to clean up. I lost the coin toss with Tim. That wasn't long before the sun set. I remember watching the sky turn a soft amber color through the window over the walls of the garden. I could see Tim in the hall for the first 15 minutes. Then Phoenix walked over to him and looked like he was talking to Tim and another person. I couldn't see. I think Tim was arguing with someone, but he didn't mention it when he brought the teacups into the kitchen at the start of the second phase. We chatted a while about traveling one day. It was nice, the two of us in the kitchen in the golden light. Then the timer went off to start the third phase. I dumped out a cup of cold tea and he said he'd be right back. That was the last time I saw him alive. Please, Tim doesn't have a family and no one else will do this. He was my friend. He was always there for me. Help me find out who killed him and why so I can find some justice in this crazy world. Sincerely, Jill Dunn. Well, that's a very good letter. In fact, I don't remember a better letter in a hunt-a-killer game, more compellingly written. We've got wellness people, wellness scammers. YouTube is full of them. And here we have an assistant to this company, assistant to Vita and Vita Wellness and Lifestyle, and she lays out the suspects. And they're in the middle of this, she keeps saying like stage 1, stage 2. That's the morpho method that they're following. The founder of this whole place. So we got some suspects. We'll encounter more of them in a minute. Not more of them. We'll encounter more details about them. All right. Well, I want to solve this and lock up all these wellness people. We should say a couple things before we get started that I didn't, which is I purchased this game myself. I believe it was purchased on Amazon for $35, probably something like that, although this one may come from Target. Target tends to be the company that stocks the Hunt-a-Killer standalone games. I have no relationship with the company Hunt-a-Killer. In fact, I've said lots of negative stuff in general about them. I can see we're going to have some decrypting to do here. Not always my favorite in the Hunt-a-Killer games. But the real thing to say is that if this game sounds interesting to you and you want to play it with your group, you should not watch this live stream. Obviously, you can only play these games once. And if you join me for it, you won't be able to play it separately. You might consider leaving now, playing this with your own group, and you can watch this video after the fact. We'll take an early break now to give you a chance to vacate the channel if you don't want to join along. Otherwise, I'll see you in 8 minutes. And I've got a half an hour till the first group of you have your New Year's. All right. I'll see you in 8 minutes. Okay, we're back. We've read our introductory letter. It seems like we may have to reread this a couple times. There's lots of stuff in there for us. But let's go through our documents and see if we don't get pictures for everyone that will help us keep track. Some pretty high production quality. Wow, look at this. This is serious. As some of you know, Hunt a Killer is under new management and they're shifting away from a subscription-based service to the standalone boxes. But I have to say, the production quality of this stuff is pretty good. I've criticized Hunt a Killer quite a bit for being too focused on these kinds of props, which I don't care for. But this stuff, you gotta love. All right, let's look at all the stuff we have. What the heck? What the heck is this? It feels like there might be a magnet in here. No, it's not a magnet. Huh. Well, let me not pry off the bottom. That's actually a mistake I make quite frequently with these games, is to start messing with stuff. Like trying to open stuff, which it's a good lesson. You think when you start playing these games that, yes, that's part of the game. You should be trying to explore how to open and do stuff, but actually it's not a good idea. You should wait till the game thematically suggests to you. But this is a weird little thing. And then we've got a bag. Again, you could just open this, but better to wait until it comes up in story. Wow, this is pretty impressive, actually. In fact, the Kit Kat says, my wife likes props would make my wife happy. She has new socks now. It's very common for Hunt the Killer to have like shirts and bags and hats. And in their standalone boxes, they've started doing these locked bags. But for me, I like this a lot better. I'd rather see their money go towards making real looking documents. So this is actually a really good sign from my standpoint. This was the card that she said doesn't make any sense because Tim doesn't have a daughter. And then we've got various letters, menu. I'm looking to start somewhere that would tell us about our people. Murray, Roma, maybe this is a good place to start. I'd like to get a better handle on all our cast of characters here. What's this one? Morpho method. What have we got here? Is this a sheet for each of our suspects? Murray, Amber. So this looks like stuff that was filled out by people who are going to be doing the Morpho method, which is most of the people other than the secretaries and assistants. So maybe these two things are the good place for us to start. And maybe we'll try to keep some notes on our suspects. Let's go back to this list, though, before we start, because she lays out the suspects. She says it could be anyone who was there. So let's take this game seriously and make some notes. We've got Amber Klein. If you wonder why these games take me 3 times as long to play on the channel, this is one of the reasons. We've got Bob Heck. So Amber Klein is the woman who owns the Lil Pills empire, and this is a sample pill from her. It's a dietary multivitamin supplement made with 100% naturally derived ingredients. Dietary supplement. Let's get a good close-up here. 20 vitamins and minerals for daily health, 30 tablets for healthy immune system, both bone health, organ health, and growth. Lil Pills. What have we got here? Serving size 1 tablet. These claims are based on closed clinical trials and have been evaluated by the FDA. Have not been evaluated by the FDA. Okay, we've got a list of vitamins. Is it going to turn out someone is allergic to something? Cellulose gel, maltodextrin, guar gum, sodium dioxide, gelatin, citric acid, polyethylene glycol. Polyethylene glycol, that does not sound safe. I wonder if someone's going to end up being allergic to something. Consult a physician. Although no one died of poisoning in this game. They were hit over the head with a stone pyramid. Distributed by Lil Pills, Supplemental Health Products, Wilmington, Delaware. Okay, and we've already seen that that's empty. Okay, that was Amber Klein. That's Lil Pills. I don't know why it's called Lil Pills. All right, then we have, and she's the one who's uptight. Then we have Bob Heck, who's from Healthy Quick app. Do we have anything from him? I don't think so, not yet. Word on the street is he's got a sweet tooth. Then we have Roma Pantheon. Okay. And what's the deal with Roma? Newly orphaned heiress to the Pantheon Hotel fortune. Okay. Then we've got Phoenix Phillips Jr. And what's his deal? Founder and CEO of Morpho Method. Okay. So he's the one who runs the Morpho Method, which we can see is what this dossier is about. Roma is the hotel heiress. Okay. A 9-step program for discovering purpose and meaning. Apparently a great way for him to make some money. Murray's real name is Maurice. Why does it say Murray's real name is Maurice? Talking about Phoenix Phillips Jr., and then it says Murray's real name is Maurice. Is this the Murray's bedroom? Let me just, where's Murray? Murray Dembo is the person. Last week I accompanied Vita on a trip with her old friend Murray Dembo. Okay, so Maurice Dembo. Maurice Dembo. And he's the one who owns this villa. What else? Owner of villa. What else is Maurice do? We don't know yet, but Tim was his assistant. Okay, I'm just going to make a card for Tim, who is Murray's assistant. Okay, so we need that. Okay, Murray's real name is Maurice. No one calls them that. He's eccentric. Okay, and then the last person is Vita Lancaster, who's our boss. Sorry, who's Jill's boss. All right, so those are our suspects. And then details that we'll read about more about the villa, about Tim's job was to man the sat phone. The last time she's seen Tim arguing with someone, when it happened during the third phase. We'll revisit all that a little bit later. But we'll revisit all these facts later. But at least now we have cards for our victim and our 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 suspects. All right, now we have someplace to put notes as we go through them. All right, this looks like some pages on our different people, so we can put a face to the name and everything. So here's Vita Lancaster, Jill's boss, founder and CEO of Vita and Vita. Free shipping on all $100 orders, free gift with purchase of $500. I do a lot of cringe watching on YouTube. What? I gotta figure out why my cubes haven't been working lately on this view. They seem to work fine on this view. They're different settings, so I'll get back to that in a second. But what I was gonna say is I do a lot of cringe watching on YouTube. It's sort of strange that I don't have one of these wellness people that I cringe watch. Got a couple of coffee people that I cringe watch. I guess I've got some wellness adjacent people. There's this channel with this guy called Tom Ballou, and his wife's sort of a wellness person. And he likes to interview scientists and philosophers and stuff. And he's a total megalomaniac wacko. He's sort of entertaining to watch. His wife's too far out there. It's not that entertaining. Anyway, okay, beauty and freedom. After her husband passed, Vita Lancaster didn't want to start a business. She wanted to start a revolution. Vita Vita is the culmination of years of hard work, patience, and yearning. To feel beautiful, to be free. So Vita made beauty products free from harmful chemicals, free from unethical practices, and free from any corporate oversight. She makes beauty on her own terms, and you can make it on yours. Viva is beautiful. Viva freedom. Viva Vita. Oh, it's Viva Vita, not Vita Vita. Viva Vita. Okay. Viva Vita. Okay. Find your Viva. Click here to get started. And here she is, Vita Lancaster. Okay. And this doesn't look like anyone other than a model. Okay. Next up is the founder of Lil Pills. She looks a little more dangerous. This is Amber Klein. Let's see if this tells us how they got their name. From a deep desire to help people find a better way to better health, Amber Klein dropped out of college and founded Lil Pills in 2009 to research nutrition and dietary supplements. Amber believed that mainstream healthcare was undermining people's choices, and by providing cutting-edge supplements, she was putting patients' health back in their hands. I surrounded myself with the best, most passionate scientists, and I revolutionized long-term health for the people. Today, Lil Pills is a nationally top recommended dietary supplement brand available in regional grocery stores across the country, helping thousands of people every day live healthier, better lives. Ask your grocer or health foods market about Lil Pills. All right. Next up is Murray Maurice Dembo, and here we just have an article about him. Murray Dembo, seen here as ever with his personal assistant Tim Buckland, was in town for the opening of a new battery factory. Okay, so here is Murray Maurice Dembo, and here is our victim, Tim, the friend of our client, seemingly in a good mood. Murray Dembo visits downtown CF, attends opening of battery factory. Fran Barnaby, Falls Junction staff. Downtown Chestnut Falls was all abuzz Wednesday when visionary mineral magnate and eccentric billionaire Murray Dembo was in town to attend the opening of the new Eddy Battery Factory. The factory contracts Dembo's company to provide the cobalt, manganese, and lithium needed for manufacturing. Seeing such a big star in Chestnut Falls was a surprise for many of the locals. I've only seen him on TV, said Caitlin Snow, who was out buying groceries when she saw Dembo and his personal assistant. I heard he was in town, but I wasn't sure if he was the younger guy or the older guy, said George Lamont, who works behind the bar at Manifest Desticky. It's exciting to get the chance to see someone so important, said Phyllis James, who owns Cuppa Cafe, where Dembo stopped in for a coffee. He was very nice and very polite. He ordered a vanilla soy latte and called it 3-bean soup. This reporter was fortunate enough to run into Dembo and ask him what he thought about Chestnut Falls. I think this is a lovely town. I think they chose a fantastic location for their new factory. And I'm excited to participate in something that's going to bring so many jobs to such a really very lovely town, said Dembo. Do you know where I might find a good cream of crab soup? With sherry, of course, and Alaskan crabs. Dembo continued his tour of Chestnut Falls into the evening, when he was seen in a town car driving down Main Street with his assistant behind the wheel. People out late waved and shouted out to the passing vehicle, ostensibly on the way to the airport. The new Eddie factory will bring 125 jobs to Chestnut Falls. All right. That's our eccentric guy. Matt C. says Chestnut Falls is the town the class of 98 takes place, one of the larger Hunt-A-Killer games. Manifest Destiny was on the town map. It's a nice callback. All right, next up, we have Roma Pantheon, the hotel heiress. All right, we've got a little snap screenshot of her social media page. Pantheon Hotels, that's what she's the heiress of. And then she's got some friends, I guess, is how social media works. Roma Pantheon, heiress, curious mind, and philanthropist. Let's take a good look at this looker. Okay. Well, she looks healthy. I guess when you're a hotel heiress, you can afford the spas and the personal trainers. She's got 25,000 followers. Well, not, it's a good start. Los Angeles, California. Let's see. Searching for purpose in a chaotic world. Oh, these are posts she's made. I don't know. And here, Pantheon's in fatal car crash. Oh, that's how she became the recently orphaned heiress. Her parents were killed in a car crash. Okay. Roma Pantheon arrested for DWI in New York City. I see. She's got a little bit of a troubled past here. Activity. Roma shared a new post for the first time 3 days ago. Okay. And then just looking at other things people viewed. Alma Gilfus works at Hidden Cove. Krista Lee Danner. Snakes for Lint LLC. What is Snakes for Lint? Okay. Don't know who these people are. But what's this? Mary Garma, who works at Viva Vida. That's an interesting. And here's the battery company. Ryan Smith works at Eddie. That's interesting. We've got two people here. All right. And the chat says it's now 2025 on the East Coast. Well, congratulations and Happy New Year to everyone there on the East Coast. All right, so we do have, though, two people. I'm just going to put a note here about, maybe I'll put it on, no, let me put it on a separate sheet here because this could be of some relevance to us. Roma's page, we've got Mary Garma from Viva Vida, and Ryan Smith at Eddie, which is mentioned in Maurice's webpage. Rest of these, nothing, no clear connection. Okay, here's Bob Heck, the app developer. I wanted to make gourmet, healthy meals easily accessible, says Bob Heck, creator of Healthy Quick. Or maybe he just wanted money. Sitting in his office, wearing a ketchup and mustard shirt with a tie 10 years past fashionable, Bob Heck doesn't appear to be a tech visionary. Yet it was in this office, with its neutral minimalist design, where he created something refreshingly flavorful. Heck is the creator of Healthy Quick, the app that connects company kitchens across the country with end users and facilitates the delivery of wholesome, nutritious meals from one to the other. At first glance, Healthy Quick may seem like any other food delivery service, but Heck is quick to point out what needs his app can fulfill that the competition can't. When you order on a typical food delivery app, he said, you're using a third party to connect to the people who make your food. There's no real relationship between you and the cooks. That divide, Heck says, lessens the user experience, and it's one of the problems he sees that Healthy Quick is intended to fix. By consolidating the food service and the delivery service, people have had a much closer connection to where they get their food from, he said. That's where the Healthy Quick infrastructure comes in. Healthy Quick kitchens are like giant catering kitchens. Every dish is scrutinized for its nutritional value as well as its flavor. In-house nutritionists and food scientists make routine inspections. Every kitchen must receive an A grade to continue operating. Fleets of delivery drivers serve communities within each kitchen's area of operation, making sure entire communities have access to something good to eat. I wanted to make gourmet healthy meals easily accessible, said Heck. That infrastructure isn't just what makes Healthy Quick functional, it's what makes Healthy Quick valuable. Heck recently sold Healthy Quick for $4.7 billion to a large food production conglomerate in what appears to be one of the smoothest sales of any company in recent history. The paperwork, the accounting was perfect, Heck said. And he seems to be enjoying his newfound fortune. Heck still maintains his office, but he uses it mostly to find a quiet place to get away from his home renovations. I found this amazing 6-bedroom home, but I really felt like I needed to make it mine, Heck said. So I'm having them put in a movie theater and an elevator so I can get to the wine cellar from my bedroom in the middle of the night. Despite all his success, Heck hasn't thought much about what comes next. I'm taking things one day at a time, he said. How did Heck come up with the idea of Healthy Quick? He wasn't always a health nut. I used to love sweets, donuts, and pastries, he said. And I used to travel all over the country and try out local bakeries everywhere I went. It was delicious, but bad for my health. Okay, that's Bob Heck. All right. And does that do it for our suspects? Yes. That's all of them. Did we meet everyone? Lil Pills. We just met Bob Heck. Phoenix Phillips Jr. We did not meet him, did we? The Morpho guy. All right, so we didn't meet the Morpho guy. Roma, the hotel heiress, we met her. Murray Maurice Dembo, the eccentric guy who came to visit the factory. Vita Lancaster, she's right here. And the assistant. Okay, so the only person we didn't meet is Phoenix Phillips Jr., the Morpho guy, but presumably we're going to see something about him here. Emerge, it's the Morpho method, Proctor folder. And here is Phoenix Phillips Jr., the founder and CEO of the Morpho method. The means to discover the purpose within you. Metamorphosis simplified. Okay, he's got it all. He's got it down pat, the whole look, the whole catchphrases. What's this? I'm not sure, but it's all about metamorphosis improving your life. Phoenix Phillips Jr. Okay, let's read his brochure here. Discover purpose with the Morpho method. What is my purpose? Your purpose is unique. Your purpose is strength. Your purpose is yours to discover. Once you find your purpose, you will have a clear path towards happiness laid out before you. Consider a butterfly egg. Small, contained, stuck to a leaf. If that's all you've known, you may not know that ahead of you is the exciting and purposeful metamorphosis to a caterpillar, a chrysalis, and finally, an adult butterfly. Wouldn't you like to fly? Is it really that easy? It can be. With the Morpho method, years of philosophical, epistemological, and scientific research and testing have already been achieved for you, so you can progress through the life stages of discovering your purpose with confidence. It still takes a little bit of effort on your part, but the Morpho method will gently guide you through every step, one at a time, until you know exactly who you're meant to be. Like a butterfly bursting from the chrysalis and taking flight. But how do I start, you ask? Send a self-addressed stamped envelope along with your name and why you want to participate in the Morpho method to our sorting center at 1440 DeSoto Road, Baltimore, Maryland, 21230. If selected for a seminar, we'll reach out to you personally. Or you can start by reading one of Phoenix Phillips Jr.'s many best-selling books on sale now. Body and Mind in Harmony, what you can do at home right now. Well, take care of your body. In addition to a pescatarian diet and at least 8 hours of sleep a night, we recommend a daily intake of 700 micrograms to 900 micrograms of vitamin A for proper organ function, a healthy immune system, clear vision, and optimum growth and development, with a little bit of asterisk here. I think MCG is microgram. Pescatarian means fish. And that, what does this asterisk say? Asterisk says 700 microgram for adult women and 900 micrograms for adult men are the maximum recommended daily amounts of vitamin A, according to the National Institutes of Health. Ingesting quantities of vitamin A greater than this amount may risk major health complications, including liver failure and birth defects. A rough translate. Oh, okay, that's for the next one. Take care of your mind. Stay mindful of your thoughts and feelings throughout the day. Engage in puzzle solving. Read critically. Consider possibilities and reflect often. Okay, reasonable advice. Connect with yourself. Feelings present themselves in your body. Notice where you feel guilt, stress, and anxiety. A weight on your shoulders, tension in your gut. Then notice where you feel joy, certainty, or confidence. A tingle down the back of your neck, a lightness in your chest. Focus on those good feelings and imagine what it would be like to feel them all day, every day. That's what the Morpho method can do for you. We have a second asterisk. What? Did I skip over where that would be? All right, let's just take a look at it. After it talked about how much vitamin A, it said, rough translation reference to where the plant grows, its ability to facilitate personal reflection as water reflects an image. Certain elements of this journey have been dramatized for clarity and teaching purposes. I guess that's going to be on a different page here. Modern psychology and ancient herbal medicine. One of the cornerstones of the Morpho method involves an Amazonian herb used in medicine since ancient times. Phoenix Phillips Jr. discovered this herb, referred to by the locals as hair of the reflection, on a spiritual journey through the Amazonian rainforest with his guide, Terry McCanny. We now call this multifaceted medicinal herb phoenix grass, and steep it into a psychoactive tea to aid our clients in finding their unique purpose. Participation in the tea ceremony puts you in a state of mind to find deeper meaning and personal insight. This is the moment in which you will find yourself navigating your world like the life stages of a Morpho butterfly. Okay, so here's our 2 and 3 asterisks. Referred to the locals as hair of the reflection, and the guide was Terry McCanny. Okay, so the second asterisk was the translation, which means it's in reference to where the plant grows and its ability to facilitate personal reflection. Okay, a rough translation. As water reflects an image. And this guy says the guy he traveled with. Certain elements of this journey have been dramatized for clarity and teaching purposes. All right, so in other words, it's a totally bullshit story of how they found this herb. Maybe he didn't even go to the rainforest. Let's keep reading. In a comfortable surrounding, away from modern distractions like cell phones, you will simply be aware of your existence. As the effects of the tea wash a relaxing wave over you, you may take a walk and discover places around you that you never thought much about before. And you will have feelings about each of these places along your journey, which you will write down so you don't forget. You may want to bring a small totem with you, a token of some memory or reminder to help you stay grounded in your journey. Phoenix never leaves home without his totem. Whatever works for you, the tea ceremony is all about making you feel good and happy. At the end of an hour, divided into 4 equal phases, much like the egg, the caterpillar, the chrysalis, and the butterfly, the effects of the tea will have worn off, and you will reflect on your observations and gain new insight into what drives you and brings you joy. You'll feel the beginnings of a new life taking flight. So we were told a little bit about when the guy got killed in the different phases the group was in. And here we see it all takes place within an hour, 4 phases, equal phases, 15 minutes, 15 minutes, 15 minutes, 15 minutes. Okay, so that might help us narrow down time of death or something. And here is a little summary. Identify your values. That's the egg stage. 2, assess your value alignment. 3, identify your blockers. That's your caterpillar stage. Identify your helpers. Cull and cultivate. Then determine your waking motivator. Then there's the tea ceremony, meditation, restoration. 9, find your purpose. So are these the main stages? 1, 2, 3, 4. Egg, caterpillar, chrysalis, butterfly. Guess we haven't read this part on the back page. The Morpho method, the means to discover the purpose within you. Are you dissatisfied? Do you find yourself complaining every day? Do you wish you had it together like everyone else? You're not living true to your purpose. The Morpho method is a proven 9-step program to impact your life in significant ways by helping you find your purpose in life. Thousands of clients have followed the Morpho method to find new happiness in their lives. If you think that discovering your purpose sounds like discovering happiness, then the Morpho method is right for you. How do we go from 9 steps to the 4 phases? It looked like that chart was showing us, but at the end of an hour, dividing into 4 phases, the effects of the tea will have worn off. Okay, so I guess 9 steps, 4 phases. And maybe we're told about washing out the tea, so we might know exactly where that is. All right. Well, pretty impressive document. And then it looks like the people that were going to be participating in this Morpho method ceremony at this gathering have filled out stuff. Let's just remind ourselves how central that was. Okay, so they all got together. Jill is traveling with her boss, Vita Lancaster. They're going to her friend's house, Murray Dembo, the mineral magnate eccentric, in Puerto Cielo, which is a small city-state in South America. Okay, and Tim is going to be there. Right, okay. So She sees his body. They don't react well. I need you to find the killer. Okay. Now I just want to catch if they're here. Are they here all for this morpho stuff? She tells us about the people. Phoenix Phillips Jr., founder of the Method 9-Step program. All happened in the villa, one of Murray's several homes. No internet, no service. Big estate. The whole night feels surreal. She remembers leaving the lounge just before everyone else as they drank their tea. And I went to the kitchen to clean up. It wasn't long before the sunset. I remember watching the sky. I could see Tim in the hall for the first 15 minutes. Then Phoenix walked over to him, looked like he was talking to Tim and another person I couldn't see. Tim was arguing with someone else. He didn't mention it when he brought the teacups into the kitchen at the start of the second phase. Chatted about traveling one day. Then the timer went off to start the third phase. I dumped out a cup of cold tea and he said he'd be right back. That was the last time I saw him. Okay, so they weren't, I'm not sure if they were gathered here just for this morpho method. I thought maybe we had read that, but regardless, that's clearly what they were doing at the last time she saw him alive. They were doing the morpho method. Okay, so I guess these sheets that everyone filled out, Vita, Roma, Bob Heck, Amber, the woman who did Little Pills, and Murray Dembo, whose house we're at, they've filled out something because they're participating in the morpho method at this gathering. The last time Tim was seen alive. Oh, should we start by reading these? Sure, it looks like we're not going to have to reread most of it, but I guess, okay, they all filled out. I guess it makes sense. Let's get to know our people. Okay. Here's Vita Lancaster from Vita and Vita. This first one will take us a little more time to read because we're going to see some of this other stuff. Okay, welcome to the Morpho Method. Goals. As your preliminary step in the Morpho Method, write down your goal you hope to achieve by participating in this exercise. This should be somehow representative of your ideal transformation. Try to avoid answers that might keep you in your chrysalis. Your response will be held with the utmost confidentiality. I'm excited to have some fun and learn about myself. You know, I've always thought there was something more in me, and I'll be absolutely delighted to find out what that is. Okay, so this is Vita Lancaster. I'll note we're also getting handwriting samples for everyone. That's important to remember. Okay, then they're asked to fill out this information about the tea ceremony. During this crucial part of the Morpho Method, remain calm, focus on experiencing your feelings, how you relate to the world around you. You will begin the first phase in a location of your choosing that is interesting to you. Use the space provided to write down your thoughts. After 15 minutes, move on to another location for the second phase, or stay where you are for another 15 minutes. This process will continue for a total of 4 phases as the beautiful morpho progresses from egg to caterpillar to chrysalis to butterfly. Once complete, review your notes and reflect. You feel ready to burst from your old life into your new one. Are you willing to fly forth with purpose? Okay, so they were filling this out as they were going. And remember, they're drinking a psychoactive tea. So maybe hallucinations and all this. Okay, so this happened on the night that they found Tim, right? The last time they found Tim? Last time our girl saw Tim. Everyone rush in and gather. They didn't scream. It was like they weren't even there. I think they were all on their drug. I think they may have all been drugged out when that happened. Last time she sees him is when the timer went off to start the third phase. She doesn't say how much time was between this and when she walked into the room, but we might get this. It's in Murray's bedroom. We might get that information later. Okay. So she's starting to she's starting to, everyone by the time phase one comes is starting to feel the effects. Here's our stages in the egg. Okay. But they've had the tea before stage one, right? Before step one. What a delight in this desert. I was not expecting this. Okay, so remember, they each go to their own special location of their choice. Begin the first phase in a location of your choosing. So maybe she went to a desert. I think I need to find more nature in my life. I feel calm here. I thought I heard someone yelling just now, some argument in the servants' room, maybe. No, out the other way. That really my moment. It really ruined my moment. I'll stay here for the next go round. Okay, so she's decided to stay here for a bit longer. Phase two, I just saw this cute little flower I've never seen before. It looks like a little purple jug or something. Delightful little thing. I feel happy, actually. This flower made me happy, and things are going better now I found something to do. Delight, delight, delight. Where else can I find more? So she's drawn this. Looks like she's drawn this. And yelling here at phase one. That's going to be important for us for sure. Phase three. Oh, it's so soothing here. The years and the desert skyline in the distance. Amazing. If I look up, I can almost see into the room with a something bird. A Jill bird? Just thrilled. Absolutely. All right. I guess we're going to have to try to put them in different rooms. We've got like a map of the area, and they're each describing where they are. Like she was in the desert for 2 sessions, and now she's walked over where she can see the desert. So we're probably going to have to reconstruct their locations. She says, and with company, what a way to end the evening. I feel like I'm not doing this right, only seeing 2 spaces, but I feel like I know what makes me feel good. I think I want some birds for my home. Large ones, like a phoenix. One like a phoenix. I saw walking in the dining room, and the one that looked like a Jill in the kitchen. Jill bird, just thrilled, absolutely. And then she sees a phoenix. I wonder if she's hallucinating these people as birds. All right, phase 4, delightful conversation, wonderful view. The birds are still in their cages. I'm astounded. I simply must recreate this at home. Or more here. Thought I heard another scream just now. Maybe I'm... And then it goes off. This might be a clue about where she is. All right, so they're having their hallucinogenic psychoactive tea while someone's screaming and getting murdered. All right, that was Viva Vita. Actually, before we read the rest, let's take a look at Villa Dembo and get our bearings here. Wow, look at this. So a little description of every room and location. There's a phone number here. I wonder if we might call that phone number because that's our victim. Contact Tim Buckland. All right, during one of our breaks, let's make a note to try that. I'm going to start a little to-do list here. Call phone in brochure. All right, let's not read all of these yet. Let's just get a good overview. Library, ballroom, dining room, kitchen, study, mineral room, lounge, conservatory, yoga studio, game room, walled garden, pool room, master bedroom, the suite, guest bedroom, a green room, guest bedroom, the ocean room, guest bedroom, the beach room, guest bedroom, the night room, guest bedroom, the mount room. In addition to the master bathroom, guests will have access to 4 additional bathrooms in the west wing. Okay, and then we have a map of the area and a legend: doors, outer walls, garden walls, windows, and inner walls. Okay, now inner walls, garden walls, normal walls, and these are windows. Okay, fine. Let's see what we've got here. Okay, green room, bathroom, ocean room. So we've got guest bedrooms here. Dining room, kitchen. I guess that's where Jill was washing dishes. We've got yoga studio, pool, game room, night room, library, conservatory, servants room. We heard some talk of hearing an argument in the servants room. Courtyard hall, and here are some photos of the yoga room, the green room, the kitchen, the master bedroom. More photos here: library, ocean room, pool room, game room with a pool table. And then we've got this. Not clear that there's much important for us here. This looks like the outside cactus. Here's the cactus. So maybe this is just meant to be the area in front of the house. All right, maybe one of these rooms is going to look like a desert. Remember our girl Viva Lancaster. She was talking about being in a desert. I suspect that one of these rooms will look like a desert, maybe the walled garden. Maybe the beach room is like a desert for her. We'll want to locate her. Let's look at this. Entering Villa Dembo, you will step into a grand marble hall that opens into a courtyard, which serves as the central hub of the home. There's the courtyard. So you come in, you go to the courtyard. This is how the rich people live. All right. Well, that just gives us a good overview. We'll probably need to use that more. Let's see who's our next person. Roma Pantheon, the young orphaned hotel heiress. I want to know what to do with myself. I want to make a damn decision for myself for once. Okay. Phase 1. This floor is crazy. The purple. Okay, so she's in some purple floored room. God, I can see every angle of my face in this room. I look so weird sometimes. Like, what's with my eyes? Maybe we should be looking for mirrors. I think the tea is hitting me. I feel something, but empowered. Tired, but empowered. I'm done not making my own decisions. And she's drawn this little thing. They all seem to be doing a little bit of sketching. Okay, then when she gets to phase 2, this is more my speed. I'm going to shoot for a new high score. Okay, so remember, they're moving from rooms. You can stay, but you can move. The other girl stayed in the same place 2 times. This woman moved. Try for a new high score. Maybe she moved to the game room. I just want to have fun. Why does everyone suddenly think I need to make decisions? Top 10 score. I feel so like incredible. I could scream. I will. LOL, that felt awesome. So maybe this is the scream, right? It wasn't a scream of someone getting hurt. Maybe that was just Roma screaming in excitement. I should start a business with these. That would be cool. Damn, getting sleepy again. Phase 3, it's so dark in here like a womb. The stars are beautiful, but they're not real. Nothing here is real. Sounds like she's probably in the night room. Those who prefer the dark and mysterious. Or, yeah, little stars in the night sky. All right, well, we won't worry about trying to do that yet. We'll do it all. I'd rather not right now. Think about herself. Why don't they call it eggplant? Silly, I think. Oops, I fell asleep. Was that Bob I saw? He fell asleep, so maybe she fell asleep in this room and stayed there into phase 2. All right, so clearly we're going to have to recreate where each of them were. That could be interesting. Let's see what Bob Heck, the app designer, wrote. Here, remember, again, we've got handwriting. If I'm being honest, which is hard, I think I want to be accepted by my peers. I did a lot to get where I am, but I still feel out of place. Is this the way it's always going to be? Okay, so where is he in phase 1? In a creepy room. There's a jackrabbit looking at me like it knows something. Nothing. I feel empty or numb, maybe. This is pointless. Not that I don't appreciate being here, but I need to get in touch with Tony. Phase 2. This room is impressive. There's no way Murray has read all of these. It sounds like he's in the library. Bizarre. I can't believe I'm the only one who's come in here. Still nothing. Maybe a little peckish. I need a sign or something. On the way here, I passed Phoenix, leaving the lounge. He looked sad. Maybe he needs a cookie. Looks like a lot of this game is going to be retracing movements. Stupid little monkey in a pale room. What's with all the creepy animals in this house? Home sweet home, I guess. I wish I had my phone. Phase 4. Wet, wet. Maybe and then he probably heard a scream and had to leave. All right, maybe he's in the pool or something. Next up. Matt says Heck's handwriting is getting worse as he goes. Yes, it is. Okay, here's Amber. I guess what I want is to know that there's nothing better I can do, nothing more fun or rewarding than being a CEO. This is the Lil Pills woman. Is business really what I want? How else can I make money? Phase 1, I guess the marble floors are beautiful. Doorway is really impressive way to come in here. The light through the courtyard I can see is lovely golden color. More clues about where she is. Thoughts about yourself. Why do you have to say that? Now I'm upset. I hate raising my voice. If he worked for me, I'd have him fired. This sounds like this might be Tim, the assistant, talk to her while she was here. Just want my phone to see if I can get a signal. I don't think that's too much to ask. Certainly don't think anyone else here should have an opinion about it. Now I'm late to phase 2. Good thing Phoenix came over, reminded us about the time, or I don't know what I would have done. Phase 2 looks like as good a place as any. Sand and rocks in front of the window, sand and rocks beyond the window. I need to stretch out. I feel compacted. Did someone just scream across the hall? I've had enough of that for one night. This is way too much stress for any healing. I'm going to stay here for a while. Actually, it sounded like Roma. Maybe she finally decided something. That was our girl here that screamed, right? In phase 2. I feel like I could scream. I will. So she heard it. Phase 3, same as they were. So she stayed in the same place. I feel better. I think I'm ready for a schwitz. Okay, I'm so glad. It's so quiet in here. It's nice. I feel quiet and warm. Schwitz, that's a Yiddish word. Boy, I should know that. It's something with water. Why do I not? Or that's one of those weird words you hear people using. I'm trying to like getting something to drink or washing her face. I like quiet and warmth. Maybe I should have moved to Arizona. I think it's a drink. I should have moved to Arizona. How long should I stay in here? I cracked open the door in case someone just jumped in the water. Water, maybe a swim. Are we swimming now? Should people swim if they drank the tea? Sounds like desert, Arizona. Okay, our last little thing. Our last person here. This is Murray, who owns the place. I want to keep doing what I'm doing, although now that I think about it, I suppose I could better integrate my environmental ideals into my business ventures. Schwitz is like a steam bath or sauna. Okay. I should integrate my environmental ideas into my business. Okay, here he is, phase 1. Thoughts about your surroundings, same as it ever was. Remember, this is his place. This is home. One of my favorites, an architectural sensation, sublime. My back is aching, somewhere in the lumbar region. I should start sleeping somewhere else. Not sure the tea is affecting me. I'm starting to doubt this whole process, but... And then here, darker than I remember, so many rocks. Why do I keep these? They're beautiful, surely, but they don't do much, do they? I'm not used to this, but I'm uncertain. The stones make me feel uneasy. They're so beautiful. I need to take the pyramid, granite. Granted, I need to take it somewhere safer. We know that looked like the murder weapon, so what's that about? I bumped into someone, shadowy figure. I couldn't focus on their face. They didn't apologize, but I knew such a strong force of character had to have the pyramid. They'd keep it safe. I bumped into someone on the way to this room and gave them the pyramid. So did that person kill Tim? Oh boy. I took off my shoes. The grass feels really nice. I should make all the floors grass. She's here. It's good to see old friends when I'm feeling rather disconnected, like when a spoon finds a dish to run off with. She's here. Well, we know he's good friends with Vita Lancaster, so maybe Vita is in here with him. Phase 4, it's much calmer here. I'm glad I stayed. So maybe he stayed in this room. I know I'm successful. I know the world knows it. Am I happy? I can't tell. Feel like shoes are the great metaphor of my life. I found a comfortable pair, so I kept wearing them. Now that they're off, I feel freer and happier. Okay, he's taking off his shoes. All right, well, that's lots of little clues there. It's clear we're trying to retrace steps. Maybe when we retrace steps, we can figure out who he gave the pyramid to. Is that going to be our killer? That feels like a good chunk of our time is going to be spent recreating that stuff, which I'm not upset about, but we'll get to that later. Let's take our second break here. I'll see you in 8 minutes. Welcome back. It's New Year's Eve 2024. You're watching Co-op for Two. My name is Jesse Reichler. This is how you've chosen to spend your New Year's Eve. I guess that's not true. Maybe you're watching this after the fact and you've spent your New Year's Eve. Hey, what if I did not keep this video up? Would that make it more special? Like every other video on this channel, if we record it live, a playthrough, we leave it up. But what if, for some holidays like this one, what if I took the video off so that only those of you who are here with me live saw it? That would be interesting. That's a very hard thing for the YouTubers to do, though. There's all this psychology that happens with YouTube. Most of it not positive. And I think, like, there's that little bug that gets into everyone who records and does stuff on YouTube. It's like the idea of having some content, having a little stone, a little pebble that you put into the pond of YouTube, taking that away so that it's not there is a very alien concept, but it is an interesting idea. I'm going to give it some thought. Maybe those of you who are here with me will feel a little bit more special if the video isn't on YouTube. It's currently 11:55 p.m. Central Standard Time, so 5 minutes to actual New Year's where I am. So I think we're not gonna resume playing. We're gonna spend 5 minutes. We're just gonna chat and talk for a little bit. as we welcome in the new year. I don't have champagne. I do have a little bit of whiskey. I'm going to pour myself a little bit. If you're at home, and there aren't that many people who live in the Midwest with me, so I'm not sure, but you can be celebrating it on your own time. What shall we talk about? I can see my screen is a little not updating properly, but maybe that's just for me. Matt C says, I'm in Chicago, so it is properly, you're on my same time frame. One thing we could do while we're taking a pause here, I thought maybe, boy, it is distracting that it's, all right, I shouldn't be looking at the camera anyway. So what I have here are my figures for Mansions of Madness game that I've painted. And I figure we're going to have to be tracking people around the house. Maybe we will get out some figures for the different people and track them around. Let's see. We've got, okay, this could be our Vita Lancaster, since she's got sort of gray hair. And then this could be Dembo, who's the eccentric owner of the house. And then we could use maybe this one for Amber, the Lil Pills person. And then we've got the young hotel heiress. Maybe we use this one for her. And then we probably want our victim to get a thing. That's my reminder that it's about to be New Year's and I shouldn't be messing around with other stuff. Maybe I'll just pick a random thing for him. All right, I'll do it for now. Do I have a way to put a clock on the screen? Not really. 11:59. Okay, here we go. It's almost midnight. Well, I hope you all have a wonderful 2025. 2024, no complaints from me. Quite fun. But here's looking forward to another great year. You can't see what time it is. I don't have a way to put up a clock. That's too bad. All right, well, I guess actually I do. If I had thought of it in time, I could bring it up here. People are celebrating outside. Well, I guess it's according to this, it's midnight. According to this, it's not. There we go. New Year's. Okay, there we go. Back to business now. All right, I've got some people for us to move around the house when it comes time. Clearly, we're going to have to be going through that house map in detail, but let's take a look at our other evidence before we get to it. I hear the fireworks outside. You can probably hear that too. Let's catch up on the chat here first. The Kit Kat said 17 says it'll be New Year in 2 more hours there. You're in, is that California? Okay, let's take a look at this document. We don't know where this was found, but what is this? H&S Law. Phoenix Phillips Jr. Dear Mr. Phillips, pursuant to 18 U.S.C. 1001, you're hereby given notice that Mr. Dance et al., client, intend to commence a lawsuit against you for $14 million due to making materially false, fictitious, and fraudulent statements and representation regarding the Morpho method. We will file suit against you if you do not pay the damages within 30 days after receiving this letter. Please contact me as soon as possible to resolve this matter. The foregoing is not intended to be a complete recitation of all applicable laws and facts, shall not be deemed to constitute a waiver or relinquishment of any of client's rights or remedies, whether legal or equitable, all of which are hereby expressly reserved, including client's right to all available remedies against Mr. Phillips, including but not limited to the recovery of costs and attorney's fees. So our guy who's running the Morpho method is being sued by Mr. Dance et al. Mr. Dance, huh? Where's our social media page? Sunset Hotel. Okay, no one working at Mr. Dance. So this is the first we've heard of Mr. Dance, but we don't know why this person is suing him. But he may be under some financial strain. All right, next up. A postcard from Iceland. What's this about? Jill, we can finally book a real trip, just us. Hot Springs, shall we? Tim. All right, well, we've got Tim's handwriting here. That may be the only thing that's important about this, that we've got Tim's handwriting. Not sure why else this would be important. Don't see any secret writing or anything. All right, now we were told about this weird thing. What were we told about this? Let's remind ourselves. One thing that stands out to me is this graduation card for Tim's daughter. Tim doesn't have any kids. I'm not sure what that's about, but these things are yours now. All right. Congratulations. Send off greetings. Send love with send off. Dear Tim, I want to congratulate your daughter for her determination and perseverance. Despite what you may think, her graduation has increased my respect for her tenfold. I know my monetary contribution is appreciated, though I do hope it's clear that this is a one-time gift from me. Just because I'm impressed your daughter successfully graduated once does not mean I will feel the same way about any subsequent commencements. All the best, Murray. You did it. You graduated. Hey, you got yourself educated. You rose from the mob and got your dream job. Now repay all those loans you were aided. So Murray, the person who owns this house, has written a card to Tim congratulating his daughter graduating. Are person Jill, who's Tim's friend, says Tim doesn't have a daughter. So either he does have a daughter and Jill didn't know about it, or this is something else. Now you might be looking for a code of some sort. Usually it would be first word of each line. I, daughter, and you has tenfold. No. Is it some code that the two of them are talking about? He's giving money. Monetary contribution. Huh. Okay. Strange. All right. What's this? I found this in Tim's pocket before they took him away, before they took his body away, I guess. The Blue House, Chapter 3. What bothered Emily the most about her room was she could never see the sunrise. Her house blocked the morning light from shining into her backyard, keeping it damp and dark for too long. Her window faced the western sky, giving her the perfect view of the sun setting into the trees behind her house. But she hated the colors and how blinding the light was, especially in the summertime. She would much rather see the sunrise. Today, her mother came to feed her breakfast and remind her that Gwen was visiting in the afternoon. Emily had lost track of the days and completely forgotten. Are you sure she's coming? She asked. Of course. Why wouldn't she be? Emily suddenly felt her stomach churn. Mom, will you bake some cookies, please? It doesn't matter what kind, she said. Maybe not snickerdoodles, though. Gwen doesn't really like cinnamon, and there should be a green jacket somewhere. She left it here last time. She also left me some books, but they're still on my dresser, and I didn't get to read them yet. But, honey, calm down, her mother said, gently urging her to lay back. Emily had tried to sit up without realizing it. Now her whole body was heavy. She took a deep breath before speaking again, quieter this time. Will you comb my hair before she comes? I'm sorry, lately Don't be. Sleep a little more for now. I'll get you ready in a bit. Morning snickerdoodles speak again in M bedroom. See you at sunset. Okay, so this is some secret note that someone has just ripped out of a book. Morning snickerdoodles speak again in M bedroom. See you at sunset. M bedroom, maybe Murray's bedroom. Emily was propped up on a stack of pillows. It doesn't seem like we need to read this text, but I'll read it quickly. Gwen was all smiles. She came inside, a plate of warm cookies in hand. Is this a real book, The Blue House? I've never heard of it. I don't know. Seems like the chat is agreeing that it may be Murray's bedroom. No handwriting, though, because it's all circled in code. Gwen sat on the edge of her bed, stroked her long-combed hair. You look good, Em. A lot better than last time. That wasn't true. What do you want to do today? We can listen to music or watch a movie. Oh, did you get to read any of those books I left? Emily glanced at the stack of books on the dresser, shook her head, and sorry, I haven't had the chance. You can take them back. No, that's all right. Keep them a while longer. I know you'll love that fantasy trilogy. I bought a few more if you want to take a look, Gwen said, rummaging through her tote bag. Here are some DVDs, too. I saw this movie in theaters, and it was so amazing. The theaters? Who did you go see it with? Gwen stilled. Mark and Hannah. I know they haven't stopped by in a while, but they really miss you. They always talk about you. I'll convince them to come next time. We can all hang out together. You don't have to do that. It's fine. Let's listen to some music or something. It's not fine, though. They say they're busy, but that never stopped them before. I don't know why it's so different lately. Why do you still come over? Emily could see her stiffen and search for the right kind words, and she felt sorry for making Gwen feel that way. Because I want to see you, Gwen finally said. Is that a bad thing? Not really. I'm sorry, Em. I still don't really know the right way to help. You can't. Emily looked out the window. You can't do anything about it. Gwen didn't reply, so Emily closed her eyes. When she opened them again, her room was dark and her friend was gone. She was glad she missed the sunset. The moon was a big white hole in the sky. Yeah, it sounds like this girl is having some health issues. Here's Jill's handwriting, by the way. What's the snickerdoodle part, though? Morning snickerdoodle. Speak again. Is this someone's nickname for someone, snickerdoodle? All right, and then we've got just 3 more things. We've got this, which felt to me like it was talking about a totem. It is heavy. The base of it is heavy. I really wonder if we're not going to be able to open this and see something come out, but I'll wait on that. Then we have the pills, and this, which feels like little pebbles and maybe a torn up note. I can see it's a Morpho logo on it, though. All right, we'll look at those in a minute. Let's figure out what these are about, though. I think these are the phone messages we were told about. Let's get a reminder what she said here about those before we look at them. She said, I remember screaming when I saw his body. Where does she talk about the satellite phone? It was Vita's idea to get everyone to try Morpho method. She's giving us the background. Okay. No internet, no cell service, just a satellite phone that Tim was in charge of. He'd take messages and encode them for privacy. I think it had something to do with which room people were staying in. I found one for each person, which I think is how many calls everyone got, though I don't remember Roma getting a call or Murray. So I think, okay, let's see. So is this a clue about what room they were in? Murray, that looks like a bathroom. That looks like maybe an octopus or something. We've got ice, snow-capped mountains. AMI. AM something. That could be Amber Klein. Yes, Bob Heck. Sandcastle, it looks like. Then here is Roma, possibly in the night bedroom. And here is Vita in some flower room. But are these all encoded? Oh boy. Okay. This could be a little rough. Hunt the Killer has a track record of using unpleasant to decode ciphers. So this is an encrypted message to Vita Lancaster. And here is an encrypted message to Roma. Are they all using the same system to encrypt them, though? Here's an encrypted message here. If they're all using the same cipher, that's not very useful. You can see, though, it is clearly a substitution cipher. These look like the lengths of English words. This one is partially burned. They look like they're using They're all substitution ciphers, maybe even all Caesar ciphers, wouldn't be surprising at all, but with different offsets. Because you can see here is like a double Q's. And here we had double G's. And here we have double Z's. So it's probably a Caesar cipher with a different offset for each one. Or, in fact, not a different offset, but maybe not a Caesar cipher, but maybe this. This looks like someone's trying to decode it. Is this someone else trying to decode this message? All right, now, before we start messing with this, and the letter said the code had something to do with the room, so maybe each room is going to be a different code. In fact, this looks like it might be the key, like someone is experimenting. They've written out the alphabet. Yeah, and look, they're trying different words to start it out. Here we have like flower they tried, daisy they tried, something else they tried. Okay, so I forget what it's called, but there is a cipher where you start by writing a key and then you fill in the rest of the alphabet with whatever words you didn't use in your key phrase. And then it's just that A goes to G, B goes to R, C goes to E, etc. So first you write your key phrase, and then you write the rest of the alphabet. I forget what kind of cipher that's called. But that sounds like what we'll have to do for all of them. That's going to take a little bit of effort, honestly, to write them all out and decode them. But that seems like the nature of the game. But before we do that, I want to have us look at this again. Okay, I think it has something to do with which room. All right, that's the code. I found one for each person, which is how many calls everyone got. Though I don't remember Roma getting a call. So we've got one ripped letter, and it's to Roma, but she says, I don't remember Roma getting a call. Or Vida, for that matter, she says. No, Roma didn't get a call, either did Murray. But this clearly looks like Roma's gotten a call. And there's Murray. She doesn't recall him getting a call, but there we see it. Okay, why is that significant? It's a little odd. Now, you might also ask, these all look like they're the same handwriting, and we have Tim's handwriting, right? Because it's here. This does look like Tim's handwriting. So it looks like all these messages are from the same handwriting. And it does look like Tim's. There's the comment about, is the pic in the chat, are the pictures the keys? Well, where's our main one here? So look, you can see Vida has this, and then someone has tried to decode it by using flower, daisy, and so on. So yes, it seems like the picture is going to be the key that you use to decrypt, although this person clearly was not sure of it. Now, here's a question. So Matt thinks this is jellyfish. I agree, that does look like a jellyfish. Now, two things, though. First, this note says that the code also tells you what room they were staying in. So that might be a secondary clue. But then the other piece that I wanted to point out is who is trying to decode it. This is a letter to Vida. Now we have handwriting, so before we even decode it, my question to you is this Vida trying to decode her own message, or is it someone else? Where do you see any particularly noticeable letters? Look at this Z. That's a very stylized Z. But maybe we're going to have a hard time finding a Z. What else can we find lowercase that looks odd? Well, there's a big, tall F. Where's the F? That looks compatible. Anything else jump out at you? That does look like a compatible F. J looks pretty recognizable. Curves up and then a nice long curve. Can we see any J's here? Might be hard to find a J. There's a pretty weird looking X. How about that? There, that looks like pretty similar. Not exactly, but pretty close. Okay, so I think this is Vida trying to decode her own message. All right, so there's that. We don't know why this was burned. We don't know why this was torn. But we think we know how we would decrypt these. Maybe it would be useful to find an online website that would help us decode a message of this type. Let me just get our book and find out what that cipher is called. I don't remember. Let's see. What kind of cipher is that called? We don't need to know what kind of cipher it is to decode it, but I'm sort of curious. Not a Caesar cipher. Not a book code. Very simple cipher. It's too complicated. Kit Kat says, I think it's called just a keyword cipher. Yeah, that sounds right. Nice to know. So class of ciphers where you're, well, it's the substitution cipher. Keyword cipher, here it is. Okay, let's just look at this because we're having fun. Keyword cipher, simple way to construct a substitution cipher using a keyword or phrase. Suppose you and your pals agree the keyword is Jupiter. Write the alphabet in a row. Underneath, write Jupiter, followed by all the other letters in alphabetical order. So you just start writing the alphabet, but you skip the letters that were in your keyword. Keywords are easy to remember. Each word automatically produces a different substitution cipher. You can see it's not a very secure system, but it is easy to use a keyword on. So there you have it. Keyword cipher. So the reason it's nice to know what this is called is because we're going to be able to look up an online version of a keyword cipher, so we can just type in the keyword and let it do the rest for us. All right, well, we'll do that later. And again, I'm not going to try to open this till maybe we get it in one of our messages. This feels like we have to open it though. So before we start decoding, before we start finding what rooms they're in, this is our last thing to do. What are we going to see here in this bag? What on earth is this about? It's kind of crazy. I didn't expect that. We've got a rubbery keychain of a donut. We know one of them is a sweet tooth, so that might be Bob Hex. We know one of our people are indecisive. Remember, they're all told to have like a totem. I think that's what we're looking at here. They're totems. So one of our girls, I think it was the hotel heiress, is so indecisive. So I wonder if that's hers. Bob Heck, the healthy app guy, we're told he has a sweet tooth. That could be his. We've got this metallic stone. This could be our guy who's the mineral guy. Snake. Someone mentioned a snake or something, but I don't remember. And then someone who wants to own the world or travel. And then we've got a skull here. All right, so I think these are the different totems of our different people. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 suspects. 6 totems, assuming that Phoenix is doing this also. All right, and then Viva Vida has a little note here on her letterhead. I guess it's from Jill. What does Jill say? Hello, detective. I found these as I checked the house before we left. I believe they're the totems each person kept with them to stay grounded. They must have dropped them while they were going through the tea ceremony. Perhaps they can help you decide where people were during Tim's murder. Oh, so I was saying we'd use these. I think the game is saying, hey, just use these to move around and keep track of where's. Okay, so she found the snake in the dining room, the earth in the mineral room, the skull in the sauna, the dye in the ballroom, donut in the pool room, gemstone in the garden. So not only are these helping us track who's where, but this is going to be the last place they were, I guess, right? probably the last place they were when something went wrong and they were called out. The snake was found in the dining room. Okay, so that's pretty neat that it's giving us these to help us track. But what on earth is this? All right, I'm still not going to open this yet till we decrypt our messages. That's pretty neat, though. Matt C says we're playing Clue. We're certainly playing something where it's almost like it all comes down to a little bit of a puzzle. It feels like we should probably decrypt these notes next, even though it's not really what I want to do next, but everything else is out in the open, so it feels like we probably should. You want to start with this one? You think that's a jellyfish? All right, so we're going to want to use an app for this, an online site, rather than have to do it by hand. So you could get up and take a little break while I search for a keyword cipher and put some of this stuff in. We'll do it together, but you don't have to be here for this. Okay, let's see what we can do here. One. The painful part about these are the ads on these pages. So decode, I've used that a bunch before. Let's see if we can find one without ads here. Oops. There we go. Let's try this. So we're gonna have to type it in. Let's see if we can get it so we can all see it together. Let's try SOROCNTF space EOJJNAMKOINSURNYMUDMT FNR JNTTNR TRMUCJN. If I was on my desktop, I could just type it without looking, but this keyboard and LGX question mark. Okay, now hopefully I'm a little worried that we're gonna lose all that. Okay, and we think maybe it's jellyfish is our keyword. If we're right, let's see. No. So we don't have to worry about a typo in the ciphertext. It's letter to letter. So even if I added an extra letter or got something wrong, it would still decipher properly. We've never used this site, so I'm a little bit unsure if it's actually working properly. I don't want us to waste too much time here if we're not, but here, let me just show you why I think it is working properly. Here's J. Here's this word starting with J. if it is a keyword cipher, that should map to an A. It is mapping to an A. So I believe it is using a keyword cipher just as we expect. So I don't think the answer to that, I don't think this key is jellyfish, but what is it? We're sort of stuck with this one since this is what we started on. And unfortunately, we picked one with Phoenix, who's the guy who's running this. And we don't have his description of what room he was in. So we're told these map a little bit to rooms. I mean, we could just copy that to a clipboard and work on another one later, but so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then Murray is in his own bedroom. Okay, fine. So each of our people is in a bedroom. Let's do that here first then. Before we even start decoding, let's figure out who's in what room. Okay, ocean room, cool blue leaves. Leave anyone staying in this room with a relaxed contentment. Blue quartzite floors frame a central hand-woven rug from local artisans. To evoke the ocean waves of your dreams, a custom calcite chandelier emanates a soothing glow over the room, while a sealed aquarium contains an entire ecosystem of plants and zooplankton opposite the sturdy rattan king-size bed. So it could even be that this is the keyword, ocean, beach, night, and mount. And we just have to figure out the jellyfish tells us it's in the ocean room. So let's see if we can put our people. So if we think that Phoenix might be in the ocean room, and this is a jellyfish, but the jellyfish just tells us ocean, let's see if that works. Sarah Beth called to make sure you got her letter. Trouble, Phoenix. Okay, so that's it. Sarah Beth called to, so it sounds like probably I had a little typo here. Sarah Beth called. PM it should be. Okay, so that's what I said. The nice thing about a keyword cipher is a typo is not going to break anything. K-O-I-N. So I did 2 Ks. K-O-I-N-S-U-R-N-Y-M-U D-M-T-F-N-R-J-N-T-T-N-R-T-R-M-U. Okay. Sarah Beth called to make sure you got her letter. Trouble, Phoenix. Okay. So what have we learned here? We know he was in the ocean bedroom. We know he was in the ocean bedroom, and his letter says, I guess I'm going to have to write it. Sarah Beth called to make sure you got her letter. Oh, you know what this is, right? This is this. Sarah Beth Johnston. Okay, so she just called to make sure that Phoenix got this letter. Okay, so fine. I think we understand that fully. And do we know what his totem is? Not yet. we'll come back to that. Okay, so that's that one down. Pretty painless. All right, so the nice thing is you know all the keywords are just among this set. So someone got beach, someone got night, someone got mount. Well, this one's going to be mountain, right? And this one's going to be beach. And this one's going to be night. Beach, night, mount. And then green is probably going to be this one for flowers and plants, green. And then this one is going to be for the master suite. All right, so let's do all these and record their bedrooms. Might be useful. I guess I'll do it when we confirm them. All right, so let's go and do this one, which we think is probably green. All right, let me get into the habit of copying this text in case it's important. Okay, so we think the next one is probably green. And the ciphertext for this one is, move it up so I can read it. IMUAEKMEGJJAN period SUFNGLEMKKAQEFGJ. Called needs guidance on commercial. Somebody's meant to say your CEO. Your CEO called your CMO. Something like CEO. Needs guidance on commercial. Okay, it doesn't seem important, but we can write it down. So this is going to be Vita's room. She's in the green bedroom. Your CMO called, needs guidance on commercial. I have to say, this is, well, if you didn't have an app to do this, it would be more painful. But given that we do have an app, and given that we've got strict choices here, this isn't painful. Okay, let's try this one, which I think is going to be mount for mountain. And this is probably Amber Klein. Now, why it got burnt, I don't know. All right, let's put this one in. N period T V T P T I B S K O G B R C and T A T U R Q. Again, if I had my regular keyboard, I could touch type this, but we think this is the mount room. Let's see if that's right. Reporter called, you're covering up birth defects. This is going to be the chemical woman. Yeah. Okay. So Amber Klein, who's in the mount room, who sells these pills with vitamin A. Reporter called, accusing her of birth defects. Covering up birth defects. Now, here we have our first motive for murder, right? Tim takes the message saying you're covering up birth defects. She realizes he knows. Maybe she has to kill him, but that's not going to stop the reporter from writing the story. So I don't know how killing him might buy her a little bit of time, but it's not going to stop the story. All right, next up, let's decode Roma's note. She's clearly in the night room. She's got a short message here. Night room. All right, let's get her message decoded. MS, UQ, LMST, MS, DLST, QT, RSTH, period, RMQQ, Y, period. Got your note, not interested, sorry. That's interesting. Got your note, not interested, sorry. Okay, who knows what that is? That's going to be our book, isn't it? Our book code. But why does Tim have it? If that is what this is about. Maybe it's not about that. Got your note. Is that about the book code? Matt C says it's time for bed. Good luck, everyone. Happy New Year. Glad I could stay up a bit later this week. Matt C has been writing the play-by-mail case we've been playing on Sundays, and we had a wonderful, very cool twist last Sunday. Can't wait to play the next letter. Okay, got your note, not interested. Sorry. We don't know who that is, but all right. We've got two more, and we don't know why this was ripped up either. Oh, this was a phone call, though. Maybe not. Maybe it's not a phone call. Maybe it's a note from Tim to her. Doesn't that make more sense? Because in this letter, Jill says, I don't remember Roma getting a call or Murray. So this isn't a phone message like the rest. This is a personal note from Tim, our victim, to Roma. And Roma must have propositioned him. And that's why this is in Tim's pocket. Our girl, Roma, the hotel heiress, gave him this note. Morning, Snickerdoodle. Speak again in M bedroom. See you at sunset. And he has left her an encoded note saying, got your note, not interested, and in anger, she has ripped it up. That is that. Done. Done and done. So I gotta say something though. Imagine you're an assistant to a boss, and this girl propositions you, and she's the orphan heiress to a hotel chain. It's going to take a lot of willpower to say no to that. That's a tough one. That's a little hard to believe, honestly. But our guy Tim might have had something for Jill. So maybe, but we think this note, now we think we can explain this note is probably from Roma Pantheon. All right. Next up, our penultimate note from the beach room. To Bob Heck, the sweet tooth. Okay, so we think this is his beach room. And what does his note say? A, B, L, L, C, H, C, T, B, X, E, R, B, U, C, question mark, B, C, L, H, M, H, N, D. Tony called tax fraud embezzlement. I can be silent. Okay, well, remember again that our girl Jill does not remember a phone call to Murray, but this is a phone call. This is to Bob. Tony called tax fraud embezzlement. I can be silent. So this is Tim probably saying I can be silent. That's interesting. Is this another motive? Is Tim telling Bob that he won't tell anyone? He won't tell anyone that Bob Hecht has been accused of tax fraud. Tony called tax fraud embezzlement. I can be silent. Question mark. Tax fraud, question mark. Embezzlement, question mark. I can be silent. I think Tim is telling Bob Hecht, I won't tell anyone. And in fact, the entirety of the call might be Tony called. It might be Tim speculating tax fraud, embezzlement. We might know who Tony is. I'm not sure. Okay, but this may be our second motive. Tim may have figured out that Bob Hecht is involved in tax fraud and is telling Bob Hecht, hey, I can be quiet. I won't tell anyone, or maybe you could pay me off and I won't tell anyone. He doesn't, although he's not saying it. Okay, our last message is for Murray, who owns this place, who Jill does not remember getting a call. So is this a message about a call or a note to Murray? Now, we should remember that Tim is Murray's assistant. So I don't know why he has to leave him a note, but Okay, so we think Murray is in his master bedroom suite. So we think the nickname of this room is Suite. LQERB. Period. I can almost touch type on this. The problem is that, is that a J? J-E-T-D-S. J-E-T-D-S-P-S-Y. I have a natural keyboard that's angled, and I love it, but the problem is switching from that to a non-natural keyboard is a little bit tricky, especially since this keyboard's so small. Not enough ruining Earth for batteries. What would the media say? So I think this is Tim writing a note to his boss, and he's saying, hey, it's not enough. You're ruining the Earth for batteries. What would the media say? Not enough. Ruining the Earth for batteries? Question mark. What would the media say? Is he threatening his boss? Not enough. You're ruining the Earth for batteries. What would the media say? But does he have inside information? Maybe he does have inside information. Seems like the media would already know about what he's doing with the battery factory. But maybe Tim does have insider information and he's now threatening him. Not asking for anything, though. But again, this isn't going to be a phone call. This is just going to be a note from our guy, Tim. All right. Well, we're going to take another break. We've got our messages decoded. They're not that useful, but a little bit. When we come back, we will figure out who gets each totem. Then we will begin to retrace their steps through the house. We still have this to figure out. I think we do know what this is now, though. See if you can figure out what this is. And when we come back, we'll talk about it and we'll see if we can't retrace their steps. We're almost there, I think, actually. All right, I'll see you in 8 minutes. We're back. I've asked who is still awake and still with us. YouTube says 17 concurrent viewers, 8 likes. Kit Kat says, I still have an hour left of 2024. Rob says, I'm here. I just woke up in 2025. Rob, was it Was it you who designed that COVID for two for me, or did I get that from somewhere else? I'm trying to remember who gave me that COVID for two logo. And Kit Kat has joined us for this stream, but I don't remember seeing you before joining us. Is this the first live stream you're joining, or have you ever watched this channel before? Or are you just amazed that, or have you just stumbled onto this channel? Okay, now we're going to retrace their steps. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 suspects, and we've got 6 totems. And that's confusing only because I don't understand what this is. I thought from the start this was going to be one of our totems. I wonder if we're going to notice it talked about in one of the rooms. So it is a secret note in a lipstick. Look at how cool this is pretty serious, this game. So this looks like it's going to be someone's lipstick dispenser. And it's got a note in it. Let's open it together and see what we've got here. We've got lots of handwriting samples, so we may be able to figure out whose handwriting this is. I've been forced into an alien world my whole life. Now alone, I finally have choices ahead of me. I want to choose you. I want you to show me your world. Would you like to have dinner sometime? I'd be willing to try fast food. Despite our differences, I'm sure we're very compatible. Well, now remember that I said when we translated the note in Roma's room, it said, I got your note, not interested, sorry. And I said, well, that was surely going to be the coded note in Tim's pocket. And I still believe that to be true. But we have found a second note. No mention of where this came from, though. Like, it's just in our box. Where was this found? And whose handwriting is this? We should be able to determine that. I'd be willing to try fast food. Can we identify the handwriting? Now, what's this? Do we know anything about this symbol? Have we seen that? Have we seen that? Have we seen that logo before? It's not from Morpho. Not really from the villa. Not really from any of these. Okay, but we do have handwriting. I wonder if we can't pick out the handwriting. Is this a motive though for murder? Is this a motive for murder? I finally have choices ahead of me. That sounds like, again, our hotel woman. I want you to show me your world. Well, let's see if we can pick out handwriting. This woman just writes in script. That's not her. What about Murray? Murray writes in cap. Look at his eyes. They're all very serif printed eyes, whereas here, straight line eyes. It's not Murray. Okay. Here's another person writing in printed eyes, Amber. So it's not Amber. But now look, here's Roma. Look at her eyes. They match. Let's see if we can. Here's another person writing printed eyes. So this sure looks like it's going to be Roma. Any other distinctive handwriting jump out at you? There's a big question mark. Big question mark. Looks similar. There's a capital T where the line doesn't touch, the horizontal doesn't touch the vertical. Here it touches, so maybe not. But notice she doesn't connect the uppercase T to the next letter. It's not quite enough here. She does like to underline. Any sign of that here? Not really. Still, it sure seems like this is her. Look at this lowercase t where the cross piece is below the halfway point, below the halfway point, below the halfway point. Here, looks like it could be arguably below the halfway point, at or below. Okay, so this is Roma. This is Roma, the person who's hard making decisions. It's completely consistent with what we know about her. She doesn't make decisions, and here it is, a comment about making choices. So the question is, maybe we were told that this was found on Tim's body, but this seems like this is the message now that Roma sent to Tim. That means that our book code message is probably not Roma. All right, well, let's do a couple other things. Looks like Martinez has dropped by. I'm going to write for each of these people the 4 places they were, and then we're going to write that she's definitely going to be the indecisive die, and this is going to be her I've been forced note is going to be hers. I finally have choices. I want to choose you. Would you like to have dinner? I'll try fast food. I'm sure we're very compatible. Okay, so that's Roma. And we know Tim replies and says he's not interested. Although I find that hard to believe, but okay. No, we don't know who the book note is from, though. Okay, moving along, I want to try to identify each of these with someone. So I think this one is going to be Bob Heck, because we're told he still has a sweet tooth. So when we trace his rooms out, we're going to do them here. 1, 2, 3, 4. And we're going to say he's got the donut avatar. And we'll just collect these over here. We're about to retrace their room paths, so we're just getting all our ducks in alignment here. Do you think the Morpho guy could be blackmailing people? When we went to break, I said I predicted what this was about. Does anyone can anyone guess what I was thinking here about this note? This card to Tim. And what this is about to Tim from Murray. And our girl Jill said he doesn't have a daughter, so that's weird. So I have a theory about this now. Does anyone want to make a guess what my theory is? Here's my theory. My theory is that Murray is trying to pay Tim off. Remember that Murray is his boss. And I wonder if Murray's like, here's the $20,000 I'm going to pay you off to keep quiet. Remember, Tim leaves him a note. Not enough. Not enough. Oh, I wonder if that's what it is. Is there a period there? Yes, there is. Okay. Not enough, period. He says, ruining the earth for batteries. What would the media say? Ruining earth for batteries. So I think he has given him a $10,000 check. He can't say, I'm giving this to you to bribe you. So he's put it in a little card and pretending, if anyone found it, it's like a gift for the daughter, but it's really a bribe to keep him quiet. And he's saying, look what he's saying. He's saying, I know my monetary contribution is appreciated, though I do hope it is clear for me this is a one-time blackmail payoff, he's saying. And if you try to get more from me, I'm not going to pay it. That's what this is. And Tim has dropped him a note. What does Tim's note say? Not enough. The blackmail payoff, not enough. You are ruining the earth for batteries. What would the media say if I tell them all the stuff I know about what you're doing since I'm your assistant? That's it. It's this not enough period. I think this is key. He's given him money. He's pretended it's for his daughter in a card, but it's really his way of saying this is a one-time blackmail payment. I am not going to pay you more. And here Tim is saying it's got to be more. I think that's our big motive. I think it's very likely that he's going to be the killer of Tim. But we'll keep going and figure that out as we go. All right. So if we had to guess what avatar is his, though, I think it's going to be the minerals, right? Let me just read how she describes. Murray's real name is Maurice. He's eccentric in an adorable way. We're told he has a mineral factory, so I think it's this one, but I wouldn't swear on it. Let's see if we can do the others first, though. Let's see if we can do it by process of elimination. We've got 3 more left. A snake, the world, and a skull. And we've got Phoenix. Let me put this away. I'm pretty sure I know what that is. We've got Phoenix, who's the Morpho guy. We've got Vita Lancaster. And we've got Amber Klein, who has the pills. And somehow these belong to them. Let's see if we can figure out who gets what. Little pills. She believed mainstream healthcare was undermining people's choices, and by providing cutting-edge supplements, she was putting patients' health back in their hands. And then Vita Lancaster, husband passed. She didn't want to start a business. She wanted to start a revolution to feel beautiful, free and organic. Okay. Those descriptions don't jump out at me. What about here? Anything jump out here that tells us what their avatar would be? This is actually not sort of important. It's just we're just going to use these to help track them around, but it does feel like it's kind of important. What about, can we track them based on what they're doing here? Let's look at Vita. She's excited to have fun, find out about herself. I'm always thought that there was something more in me, and I'm absolutely delighted to find out what that is. What a delight in this desert. I think I need to find more nature, calmer here. Heard some yelling. I just saw this cute little flower. Looks like a jug. I feel like we read something about a world. Let's see. It's the bird. I feel like I know what makes me feel good. I want some birds, large ones. Conversation, the birds. Simply must recreate. I don't remember anyone talking about a snake. Who are we looking for? Phoenix, Vita, and Amber. Let's see if we can find Amber talking about something. Remember someone talking about stones. She wants her phone. Sand and rocks in front of window. I need to stretch. I feel compacted. Did someone scream? Boy, that's a little strange. Why am I having trouble figuring out? Someone must know. Okay, let's look in the chat. Who can figure out who belongs to these? No one. No one is helping me here. Okay. It's not important, yet it is a little mini puzzle. We don't have notes from Phoenix because he's running this. But we should be able to figure out what about them makes these their things. It sits on a desert, overlooks a jungle. Whole night feels surreal. Murray is the mineral magnate, so it makes sense that this one's Murray's. It looks like a piece of mineral. We've got those all. Let's see. Murder weapon was in the ballroom trash can. All right, we're going to take care of all that in a second, but we still trying to figure out who belongs to what. Amber is the Will Pills Empire. That's the one that's causing birth defects. Probably nothing under that, but I wonder if it's worth trying to get at. That's a separate issue, though. Okay, so she's uptight. She's uptight. Bob Heck has a sweet tooth. We already did that one. Head in the clouds. He's the founder. 9-step. Graduation card. This is all details we're going to work out in a second. I'm just trying to, before we even get there, figure out how to assign these. Three people. We've assigned these to them. This guy needs got this. This is our woman that she works for. She's got flowers. Her husband passed. She didn't want to start a business. She wanted to start a revolution. I mean, it's a skull. Does that represent her husband's dead? Husband who's dead? And then, wait, what is that? What's that on her neck? Is that a clue for us? A little hard to see what that is. What is that? It's a little like a skull, but I can't really tell. Huh. How strange. It's strange in particular because it's not important. Oh, here, why don't we use this to figure out who it is? That's right. That's right. We talked about this at the time, that this might map the last place they were. Okay, let's see if we can make sense out of that. So Snake was found in the dining room. Let's get our three people here. We've got Amber, Vita, and Phoenix, who we don't know where he is except from maybe process of elimination. But okay, so let's see, where does Vita go? The last room she says, wonderful view. Birds are still in their cages. Must recreate this at home or move here. I thought I heard another scream just now. Soothing here. The desert skyline in the distance. Can almost see into the room with the bird. The birds are still in their cages. I think I want some birds for my home, large ones. Phoenix I saw walking into the dining room, and the one that looked like why do I keep saying that that's Jill? Is that weird? That's weird. Okay, well, I mean, Jill is in the kitchen, so maybe her brain is just scrambled. Delightful conversation, wonderful view. So she's talking to someone who's also in there. This one says it's so quiet in here, so she's alone. Quiet and warm. Maybe I should move to Arizona. How long should I stay now? I cracked open the door in case someone jumped into the water. Are we swimming now? All right, so let's get out our map. This person here cracked open the door. Someone jumped into the water. Sounds like it's someone adjacent to the pool room. Let's see. I mean, maybe we should just walk through it, but let's see. Okay. There's the pool room. So is this person looking into the donut was in the pool room? Snake is in the dining room. Let me just. Snake is in the dining room. Where is that? Over here. Well, this person clearly can't see into the pool room. The earth was in the mineral room, so that could be the mineral guy instead of this. Where is the mineral room? Here. This person's clearly not seeing into the pool room. The skull is in the sauna. The sauna, you can see into the pool room. Okay, so that's our first answer. The person who could see into the pool, I cracked open the door, someone just jumped into the water. So Amber owns the skull. Done. Okay. Now we've got Amber. Now let's try to find the snake and this one. The snake is found in the dining room. The earth is found in the mineral room. And the gemstone is in the garden. And it feels like Phoenix is going to be by process of elimination. But let's see if we can get more about Vita. All right, let's retrace Vita. So she starts in the desert, and then she sees flowers. Cute little flower. I'll stay here for the next go round. So desert, where she sees flower. And then she says, it's so soothing here. The grass and the desert skyline in the distance. Someone else was in grass. There was grass inside or something. She goes, desert grass. Does that mean she was in courtyard and then she went to... Is the conservatory got grass? Someone was telling us there was grass on the ground or something. Balcony, jungles, limestone. No, that's not grass. Library. Maybe we should read these because they're clearly important. Granite in the dance floor in the ballroom with mirrors. I remember that. Dining room. Kitchen slate tile. The study taxidermy. Animals watch over things. Mineral room, mahogany minerals. Lounge is granite. Comfort is the name of the game. Fireplace and warm. We're told about warm. So soothing. Conservatory, you overlook the valley below. Limestones, passageways, night picture. Yoga studios. This is going to be grass. Studio is everything you could possibly want, including a Zen garden in the front of a window wall overlooking the desert and featuring several rare stones. Find your peace in this idyllic setting, bringing the natural beauty of the desert to your fingertips. And then we've got a game room with arcade games. I remember that. Walled garden. In this luscious outdoor space, showcasing the best nature has to offer in Puerto Cielo. Gorgeous stucco walls while you walk around the labyrinthian stone paths or sunbathe in the perfect afternoon weather. That sounds like it's probably grass. Then we've got a pool room, which includes a sauna. And then we've got the master bedrooms. Let's just go through these. Okay, dancers, mahogany, a big giant bed, and a rain shower. Then the green room. Green envelops the bedroom, jungle plants, nearby desert. Only illumination not from the sun comes in through the skylight. And we've got the ocean room, cool blues, aquarium. Then we've got the beach room, stone floor, wandering monkey, night room, truly dark room, stars in the sky. Then we've got framed maps, Edmund Hillary, mountaintop. All right. So if we look at we're still trying to find snake and earth. One is in the dining room and one is in the mineral room. But we also could be wrong about minerals belonging to this one. So actually, we could also be looking for the garden. Are we looking for the garden in Vita's thing? Let's see what Vita said again. She's in the desert. Where do we think the desert is? Is her desert the courtyard? I wasn't expecting this. More time. But is this the inside? And then she sees flowers. She stays in the desert. I feel calm here. Nature. What a delight in this desert. I was not expecting this. She sees flowers. She sees flowers in this same place. And then where does she move on? She moves on the desert skyline in the distance. I can almost see into the room with the bird. That's probably the kitchen. Okay, I think she's in the garden. She can almost see into the room with the bird. But I think she says Jill bird, and that's Jill working in the kitchen. I think she's hallucinating birds. if I look up, I can almost see into the room with the Jill bird. That's weird. But maybe because this is upstairs. And then she, sorry, where is she? Was I reading the wrong one? I think I might have been reading the wrong one. Desert skyline in the distance. If I look up, I can almost see into the room with the Jill bird. And with company, what a way to end the evening. I feel like I'm not doing this right. I saw walking into the dining room and the one that looked like a Jill in the kitchen. So I think she's in the garden. She's looking into these rooms. The birds are still in their cages. I think she means that these birds are still in their cages. And she's seeing the desert skyline out here. Let's see if that makes sense from where she's walking. So I don't know where she's coming from. But what's the last thing in the garden? The gemstone. So I think actually she's the gemstone in the garden. That would make the round earth one belonging to Murray. Let's see if that makes sense. Let me see if it makes more sense that Murray had the earth. He says, it's calmer here. I'm glad I stayed. I know the world knows it. I'm happy. Comfortable pair of shoes. I bumped into someone's shadowy figure. I took off my shoes. The grass really feels nice. I should make all the floors grass. She's here. I like to see old friends when I'm feeling disconnected. We think he's with Vita, probably there. So on phase 3 and phase 4, I think he's also in the walled garden with the grass. With Vita, and we said Vita ended up in the garden, right? Okay, so it makes sense that, but the earth is found in the mineral room. No, now I'm confused. Grass feels nice. I'm glad I stayed. It sure seems like he is. Yeah, I'm a little bit confused now. Maybe they're not dropping them in their last rooms. Maybe it would be easier to do this differently. The snake is going to belong to Phoenix, right? Because it was found in the dining room. And our girl Jill tells us that she's in the kitchen She could see Tim in the hall. Then Phoenix walked over to him. They were arguing. Timer went off. I dumped key. He said he'd be right back. That was the last I saw him. I think this is all right, but I'm not at all confident, and I'm a little confused at where this is found. Maybe we don't need to get obsessed about it currently. As it's not critical for anything. I mean, it's not critical that we identify who belongs to what, because that's just used as a way of helping us track them. I think I know who's the killer. It's the person who is being blackmailed, which is Murray. But maybe we can just retrace everyone's path. And maybe this is just confusing me a little bit. The only thing that makes this a little bit difficult is that, oh, it's not on different pages. Okay, so we can just put this out right in front of us. And we can theoretically read it as we go. Okay, let's try to arrange our space here. Clean up a little bit. All right, let's see if we can't track these people. Let me start with Vida. She says, "What a delight in the desert. I was not expecting this." She needs to find more nature. I'll stay here for the next go round. She sees a flower, a jug. Flower makes her happy. Where else can I find more? So I took that to mean she was outside in the desert beyond the walled garden. I'm not sure that's allowed, but let's assume it is for a second. Then her first room is outside. She stays in it for phase 2. And then she goes to the walled garden and stays there. So soothing, the grass, the desert skyline in the distance. She looks up, she can almost see into the room with the jailbird. I think that's confusing to me. Like, is there an upstairs? only seeing two spaces, but I feel like I know what makes me feel good. She's only in two places. She stays there the second time. She sees, I saw someone walking into the dining room and the one that looked like a Jill in the kitchen. So she can clearly see into here. So she's either going from the garden, from outside to the garden, or from the garden to outside. But I don't think it really matters. We've got her places, and they're not the important ones. We are going to find out. Like, there was someone who handed over the pyramid, so maybe that's what we have to care about. I don't think it really matters. We just know where she was. She's not the person who did any killing. So I think she's done. I think Murray is going to be our guy, but let's deal with him in time. Let's recreate Roma. Roma is the hotel heiress. She says, the floor is crazy, the purple. Okay, so where does that put her? Where is our purple room? Purple is the ballroom. And my pure top down is not working. Highlight of the room is the single slab of purple granite and mirrors. And look, she says, the floor is crazy, the purple. And then she says, I can see every angle of my face. So she's clearly in the ballroom. All right, so Roma. She starts out in the ballroom, no doubt about it. Then what? And she's not good at making decisions. That's her with the dice, clearly. Okay, now she's changed rooms. She says, this is more my speed. I'm going to shoot for a new high score. Okay, so we know where she goes. She goes into the game room on the second stage. Now let's just track her. She's in the ballroom. And she moves to the game room. Through here, through here. We might want to track their paths, but okay, pretty close by. Next, where does she go? It's dark like a tomb. The stars are beautiful, but they're not real. Nothing here is real. Okay, so we know where that is. We think this is probably this room, right? It talks about pictures complement the space like little stars in the night sky. Is that where she is? It's so dark. Everything's fake. Is there another room that's dark and has stars twinkling? Overlooking the valley below. Night picture. Is this where Arvida was, not outside when she was looking at the plants? The conservatory? Wonder if she was here instead of being outside. Not that I think it matters. But where was the other dark room? Kit Kat says, Happy New Year. I am now in 2025. Okay, well, Happy New Year to our California guest. That should cover it. Everything here is fake. Is there anything else fake in this room, she says? Not the stars. It's dark in here like a womb. The stars are beautiful, but they're not real. Nothing here is real. Why don't they call it eggplant? And the aubergine, that's eggplant. Okay, fine. Then she's definitely in the night room. Okay, so Roma goes to the night room as her third place. So we've fully retraced her steps except for here. She fell asleep in the bedroom. Okay, that's fine. So she spent the last 2 periods in the night room. All right, so she is covered. Done. That's 2 out of 4. Next, let's go and redo Bob. Bob starts out in a creepy room with a jackrabbit looking at me like he knows something. All right, that sounds familiar. That was the room with the wildlife on the wall. What room was that? Was it the lounge? Bespoke seating? No. Which room had animals? Sculptures, waterfall, no. Jungle plants, pendant lights, no. Ocean, no. Beach, no. Folklore. Study. Maybe it was the study. Yes, the study is full of taxidermy. Okay, the study is our taxidermy. It's just having a hard time getting to it. Okay. Our animal carcasses, local wildlife. Okay, so our person, Bob Heck, starts out in the study. And then he makes his way to the library. Murray, no way Murray has read all of these. So that's the library for sure. He says, I need to get in touch with Tony. That just confirms the note. Remember, Tony called tax fraud embezzlement. I can be silent. So this guy also might have a reason to kill him. He's alone in here in the library. I need a sign. On the way here, I passed Phoenix leaving the lounge. He looks sad. This is important. So he goes from study to library, and on his way, he passes Phoenix, leaving the lounge. So Phoenix must have started in the lounge. Remember, he doesn't have a sheet, so we have to put together his movement from other people. Okay, next stop, phase 3 of Bob Hecht. What does he say? Stupid little monkey in a pale room. What's with all the creepy animals in this house? Home sweet home, I guess. So we're looking for a monkey in a pale room, and then he jumps in the pool, I think. So where is the monkey room? Sounds a little familiar to me, but he goes from the study to the library. and he ends up in the pool. Let's just see if it helps us here. He goes from the study to the library, ends up in the pool. And somehow he gets to a pale room with a monkey. Is it the lounge? Fireplace, seating for 12, projector. Doesn't look like it. Conservatory is jungle. Pale room with the monkey. What does he say? Stupid monkey in a pale room. I wonder if he's the monkey. What's with all the creepy animals? No. He's not the monkey. He's seeing a monkey. Where else did we see a monkey? It's not the library, because he was just in there. A pale room. Surely not the ocean room. No monkey here. Why would there be a monkey in the beach room? Ah, there's the monkey. The stones are used in flooring as well as various sculptures throughout the room, like the perennial favorite pondering monkey. Okay, so he's in the beach room as his third stop. All right, well, Bob Hecht, all not very interesting trip. He passes Phoenix, leaving the lounge, though, which helped us lock that in. All right, next up, Amber. Let's retrace Amber's steps. Marble floors are beautiful. The doorway's impressive. Way to come in here. The light through the courtyard I can see is a lovely golden color. Why do you have to say that? Now I'm upset. I hate raising my voice. If he worked for me, I'd have him fired. Okay, this is someone talking about him. Or her call message was, reporter called, you're covering up birth defects. I certainly don't think anyone should have an opinion about it. Now I'm wait to phase 2. Good thing Phoenix came over and reminded us about the time, or I don't know what I would have done. Phoenix came. Now I'm late to phase 2. Phoenix came over. So he's leaving the lounge in stage 1. I think she's wherever she is, that's where Phoenix is in stage 2. Marble floors are beautiful. The doorway is impressive. So is she, and she can see the courtyard, the light through the courtyard. She's either in the courtyard or in one of these rooms off the courtyard. Let's find out what has the marble. Marble floors are beautiful and big doors in. Oh, is she in the... Do we have an entry for the courtyard? I'm not sure we do. Granite. Are we... Here we go. Look at this. Down at the bottom. Entering Villa Dembo. I really wish the top-down cubes would work. I'm going to have to fix that. You will step into a grand marble hall, which serves as the central hub of the home. So she is starting, I believe, right in the hallway where she can see the light coming in through the courtyard. So Amber starts off in the hall. And I think she's in the hall when Phoenix came by and reminded her that she was late to phase 2. So I think we can infer that during phase 2, Phoenix came into the hall. See Amber, and the lounge was see Bob. All right, let's continue Amber, and then we'll take a little break here. I am enjoying this. I don't know how well this works on the stream, but I'm enjoying this. Okay, where does she finally make it to? Sound seems like a good a place as any. Sand and rocks in front of window, sand and rocks beyond the window. So is she in the she feels compacted. Sand and rocks. Is she in the beach room? Is that what it is? White sand beaches, sandstone and quartz stones are used in flooring as well as various sculptures. Sand and rocks in front of the window, sands and rocks beneath, beyond the window. So if she's in the beach room, does that make sense that she can see sand and rocks through the window into the walled garden? What is that sound? That's the computer. That's a troubling sound. Like a fan whining. I think that's probably the beach room. She feels compacted. I don't know why. Why does she feel compacted? Oh, it's really annoying that those don't zoom in. Why does she feel compacted? What about the pool room and sauna? I just want to make sure. You can't really, well, you can kind of see out there. I think it must be the beach room, but we'll just put a question mark there. Sand and rocks in front of the window, sand and rocks beyond the window. Does that make sense? Now the sound stopped. Okay. Does anyone? Each room? Question mark. Okay, why don't we take a break? And I'll see if I can't fix that sound. I'll see you in 8 minutes. All right, we're recreating the movements of Amber. There's a little bit of a high-pitched whining on one of my fans, but I can't really fix it now, so hopefully you can hear it. It's actually not playing now. So I think Amber is starting out, oh, I'm sure Amber is starting out in the hallway. But then she moves, she says, sand and rocks in front of the window, sand and rocks beyond the window. I think she's probably in the beach room and looking outside here. Then she says, I feel compacted. I don't know what that's all about. Then she said, did someone just scream across the hall? I've heard of not enough of that for one night. It's Roma. Roma, we know at this stage is in the game room, so maybe it makes sense that she's in the beach room and hearing Roma in the game room. Really, the only alternative would be pool room. That's not beachy. So, okay, I think that makes sense. Let's see if we can catch where she moves. So she stays in the beach room for stage 3. Then she goes into a room where it's quiet and warm. She opens the door and someone jumps in the water. I cracked open the door, someone jumped in the water. Are we swimming now? I thought we tracked that to someone else, but okay. I think that means she's in the sauna. She cracks open the door and sees someone jump in the water. Let's see if the sauna is quiet and warm. It's going to be described here in the pool room, I guess. Also contained within this room is a private soundproof sauna. She says it's quiet and warm in the sauna. So that's her last place she is in the sauna. And she hears someone jump in the water. We know who that is. That's Bob Heck, who splashes in the water at his last time, which is why he says in his 4th stage, he's just wet. All right, our last person we can track is Murray, and we still have to put together where Phoenix is. So let's track Murray now. Remember, he owns the place. So he says, thoughts on the surroundings, same as it ever was. This is home, one of my favorites, an architectural sensation sublime. He says, my back is aching somewhere in the lumbar. I should start sleeping somewhere else. Is he in the master bedroom? I don't really know where he is, but he's mentioning sleeping somewhere else. So I wonder if he is in the master suite. Am I reading too much into that? Let me just put a question mark. It doesn't really matter. It doesn't matter where they were, and except if we can see them crossing paths with Tim or Phoenix, helping Phoenix. Okay, so he goes to a new place. Darker than I remember. So many rocks. Why do I keep these? They're beautiful, but they don't do much. Not used to this. I need to take the pyramid, granite. Granted, I need to take it somewhere safer. I think he's probably in the mineral room, talking about the rocks and the granite and stuff. So I think at stage 2, he's in the mineral room. And critically importantly, he takes the pyramid, which we think is the murder weapon. So I'm going to put a note. He has the pyramid at that point. So this is critical for us to who he runs into. He says, phase 3, I bumped into someone, a shadowy figure. I couldn't focus on their face. They didn't apologize, but I knew a strong force of character had to have the pyramid. And then he says, now the garden. I took off my shoes. Okay, so then he goes into the walled garden. And on his way between the mineral room, which is where? On his way from the mineral room to the garden, he meets someone and gives them the murder weapon. A shadowy figure. Okay. Gives pyramid on his way. So as he goes from here to here, remember, he knows the house, so he's probably taking a nice direct route. So he's caught someone. He went from the master bedroom to the mineral room. Now he's heading out. So hopefully we can figure out who he walks into. Assuming he didn't use it. She's here. So on phase 3, he's in the garden and he sees his friend, which we think should be Vita Lancaster, and indeed it is. Vita Lancaster was in the walled garden. So that's confirmed. And then he stays there. So he stays in the walled garden with Vita. She says, and with company, what a way to end the evening. Delightful conversation. Okay. So we now have tracked everyone except for Phoenix. Except for Phoenix. All right, now back to our description of the final moments. I went to the kitchen to clean up. There's Jill. Jill is in the kitchen to clean up. She watched the sky over the walls of the garden. She's in the kitchen. She's watching through the window over the walls of the garden. So she's in the kitchen. Okay. She could see Tim in the hall for the first 15 minutes. Then Phoenix walks over to him and is talking to Tim and another person. Tim was arguing with someone, but he didn't mention it when he brought the teacups into the kitchen at the start of the second phase. So Tim at the second stage goes into kitchen with teacups. Jill is in the kitchen the whole time. Tim is in the hallway for stage 1. Then he comes into the arguing. Tim is in the hallway with Phoenix, and someone else. Arguing. Do we know who that was? Yes, we do. Amber was in the hall in stage 1 for the first 15 minutes. So it's Amber who got the phone message saying, reporter called, you're covering up birth defects. And it's Amber who is saying, why do you have to say that? Now I'm upset. I hate raising my voice. If he worked for me, I'd have him fired. Completely consistent. Jill sees, she can't see who it is, but it's Amber. It's Amber and Phoenix and Tim arguing in the first 15 minutes. Then he brings in the teacups for the second phase. We talk for a while about traveling. Then the third phase starts. Dumped out the tea, and he said he'd be right back. So Tim is actually in the kitchen for the whole of the second phase. And then on stage 3, he leaves somewhere. Never comes back. So he's killed sometime stage 3, stage 4. Now they all react at stage 4. But between stage 2 and 3, Murray gives the pyramid to someone. And our guy Tim is killed between somewhere in stage 3 and 4. We know where everyone is in stage 4 except for Phoenix. So you might just assume it was Phoenix. No one else mentions getting the pyramid, but maybe they wouldn't mention it. All right, well, let's think of it this way. Roma fell asleep in the night room at the beginning of stage 3, so it can't be her. Assuming she's not lying. Vita stays in the walled garden for stage 3 and 4, so it can't very well be her. Same thing with Murray. Murray's even more clearly not involved because he and Vita are talking to each other the whole time, stage 3 and 4. They are each other's alibis. They certainly didn't do it. I wish that would stay there. Now, Bob Heck, he jumps in the pool in stage 4. The start of, for stage 3, he's in the beach room. Then goes to the pool. As he goes from the study to the library, he passes Phoenix leaving the lounge. I'm not sure how that's possible. How does he know he's leaving the lounge if he's going this way? It's a little weird. Amber starts in the hall. She goes where she has the argument. She goes to the beach room, we think, stays there, and then goes from the beach room to the sauna. And Phoenix Phillips, who's running this whole thing, he starts. Wonder if we better check that again about when Bob Heck sees Phoenix. On my way here, I passed Phoenix leaving the lounge. He looked sad. So Phoenix is here, and he's leaving the lounge at the start of phase 2, while Bob Heck is traveling from the study to the library. I don't know how he sees Bob Heck, but okay. Maybe he's going in this way and he sees him leaving. I could see Timnall for the 15 minutes. Then Phoenix walked over to him. So Phoenix leaves the lounge, heads to the hall where he talks to Tim. And they argue with Amber. Who is late. Okay. So Phoenix and Tim are arguing with Amber here, who is late to the beach room. Murray is in the mineral room and is walking to the walled garden with the pyramid between 2 and 3. And he runs into a shadowy figure who he gives the pyramid to. Who is that? Between 2 and 3, who is he giving the pyramid to? I mean, it seems obvious it's Phoenix, but feels like we should have more proof of that. He picks up the pyramid. I bumped into someone, shadowy figure. I couldn't focus on their face. They didn't apologize, but I knew such a strong force of character had to have the pyramid. They'd keep it safe. Now the garden. I mean, it sure sounds like it's Phoenix. He's headed to the garden this way. passes a shadowy figure. He gives them the pyramid. Phoenix was in the lounge, heads to the hallway. Do we really not see him? No one else sees him? Let me read this part again. I saw his body in Murray's bedroom. Okay, well, that's important. I remember screaming when I saw his body in Murray's bedroom. Everyone rushed in and they're all out of it. But this size pyramid, murder weapon in the ballroom trash can. All right, well, that's all very important. So he's dead in Murray's bedroom. And before that, pyramid in ballroom. In the ballroom trash can. So in the ballroom trash can. What does that mean? You had to have killed him in the bedroom and then gone to the ballroom to drop the murder weapon. I mean, no one is in the bedroom on stage 3 or the ballroom. Can you hear that sound? Can you hear that high-pitched sound? It's driving me a little bit crazy, but I can't fix it now. It takes 5 minutes to walk from end to end of the place. Let me look at the statements again and see if anyone else mentions Tim or Phoenix. So Murray takes the pyramid, he gives it to someone. Then we know where he is. Library. Lounge, he looks glad. Talking about Tim. Argument. Phoenix came over, reminded me, or I wouldn't know what to do. We know about that. We know where Vita goes. She hears yelling. We hear them. We hear the scream. That's not important for us. Conversation. I know what makes me... Oh, what's this? One like a phoenix I saw. Oh, here she's talking about the birds, but she's hallucinating. This is important. Phase 3. This is very important. Okay, I feel like I know what makes me feel good. I think I want some birds for my home, large ones like a phoenix I saw walking into the dining room. So on stage 3, this was one of our mysteries. Where is Phoenix? Dining room. Okay, good. Wonderful view. The birds are still in their cages. I think she's saying that she can still see and hear and see the bird in the cage. That's going to be Phoenix still in his cage. Does that mean Phoenix never leaves the dining room? Then he can't have been the killer, if that's true. That's a bit shocking, if I'm reading that right. The birds are still in their cages, and here she is hallucinating the bird being Phoenix. I thought I heard another person scream just now. So the murder happened in stage 4. Now we know that for sure. So murder during stage 4. She is a little distracted since she's having a conversation. So I don't think that we should assume that Phoenix couldn't have left the dining room in stage 4. But he definitely was in the dining room, at least at the start of stage 4. Okay. What about this? We almost missed this little detail. She says she fell asleep. Roma fell asleep in the night room. I think it's the night room. It's so dark in here, she says. And then she says, was that Bob I saw? Was that Bob I saw? She sees Bob maybe in stage 4. But Bob is supposed to be in the pool. She's in the night room here. Bob never goes to the... Bob never goes to the night room. Maybe he walked in and then walked out. There's Bob's statement. Page 4, it just says wet, wet. And we know someone jumped into the pool, so we think that's him. She's not sure she saw Bob. Is it possible she saw Phoenix? But why? Boy, that's weird. This is a weird situation we're in here. Let's look at the rules again. Means, motive, opportunity. We've also got this note that we think we understand it's from Roma to Tim. But then Tim has got this, which now we don't quite understand. If this isn't from the same person, Roma. Morning snickerdoodle. Speak again in M bedroom. I want to see you at sunset. And he's found dead in the master bedroom. So whoever left him this note has killed him. And it's not a planned meetup in the morning at sunrise. It's a meetup at sunset. And if we look at this, she says, looking back on it, the whole night feels surreal. I remember leaving the lounge just before everyone else as they drank their tea. That wasn't long before the sunset. So here is what has happened. Our killer has left him this note. And it's a plan to meet up in the bedroom where he is killed. It's this note that has lured him to his death. Morning snickerdoodle. Speak again in M bedroom, which is where he's killed. See you at sunset. But we've got no ability to track handwriting. But it's someone who knows him. Someone who calls him Snickerdoodle. Is it possible that, I mean, Phoenix Phillip is the one we don't know where it is, but I wonder about something. Is it possible that he's jumped into the pool to like wash off blood or something? And is it possible it's Bob? If I'm being honest, which is hard, I think I want to be accepted by my peers. I did a lot to get where I am. I still feel out of place. Is this the way it's always going to be? The note to him says, Sarah Beth called to make sure you got her letter. No, that's the wrong one. Bob is the one Tony called tax fraud embezzlement. He says, where does he say he has to call Tony? Wait a second. I thought one of these notes were talking about Tony. Oh yeah, I need to get in touch with Tony. I wonder if we can't track Bob. In fact, we do have a little bit of a comment where Roma says she might have seen Bob in the night room. How could that be? We know he's in the beach room here. She thinks she may have seen him here. He's wet in the pool room, we think. And that's because Amber says someone jumped in the water. Are we swimming now? Let me read that statement about Bob again. I'm going to do this for a little bit, and then we're going to have to pause and talk this out a little bit. So, is that Snickerdoodle? I bet that comment about Snickerdoodle is a reference to is Bob and his sweet tooth. I'll bet that's it. I'll bet that we know he's got a sweet tooth. I'll bet the use of that diminutive, that little nickname, is Bob talking. Snickerdoodle is a kind of cookie, a very sweet cookie. Let's see if we can pick something up about him being sweet on Tim. Talks about his app. He sold his smoothest sale of any company in recent history. Paperwork accounting was perfect. He's enjoying his fortune. He found an amazing house. He wants to make it mine. They're putting in a movie theater and elevator so I can get to the wine cellar. Taking things one day at a time. He wasn't always a health nut. Is there any clue that he and Tim were involved? Is there any clue that he was involved with Tim? That Tim would listen to him and come meet him? Isn't really about Tim. But that's why he's not interested in that girl. Remember how I was saying, here's this assistant Tim, right? And I was saying he gets propositioned by who? He gets propositioned by the hotel heiress. Right? Look at this girl. He gets propositioned by her. And what did I say? I said, I find it a little hard to believe that this assistant who's working as a servant for the rich people gets propositioned by this beautiful young millionaire hotel heiress. And I said, and what does he say to her? He says, got your note? Not interested. Sorry. And her note was like a romantic note. It wasn't like a hookup note. It was, I want to choose you. I want you to show me your world. Do you want to have dinner? She's not even like, this is like a note. Like, how do you say no to this note? Especially from a beautiful, gorgeous millionaire orphan heiress. Well, she thinks we're very compatible. Well, we know the answer now. What is the answer? The answer is that Tim is gay. Tim is gay. Is that a wedding ring? Anyway, Tim is gay and he is hooking up with Bob. That's an odd couple, but that's got to be it. And Bob has sent him a secret note that says, Morning Snickerdoodle. Makes sense that his little nickname for him is a sweet, because he's got a sweet tooth. He says, speak again in M bedroom. See you at sunset. And then when we trace Bob's movement, he wants to be accepted, did a lot. Is this the way it's always going to be? Like it knows something. This is pointless. Not that I don't appreciate being here, but I need to get back in touch with Tony. Tony is the person who called to talk about Tony called tax fraud embezzlement. I can be silent. He's telling Bob, I won't tell anyone, but Bob is too scared, and he's scared he will tell someone. Here's his sweetness cookie. Snickerdoodle is a cookie. He's clearly got a sweet tooth. I need a sign or something. On the way here, I pass Phoenix leaving the lounge. He looks sad. Stupid monkey in a pale room. What's with all the creepy animals? I wish I had my phone. And then the last thing we hear is wet, wet. Maybe I... So we don't really know. The only other weird thing is that the woman who falls asleep, maybe she's not fallen asleep in the night room. Yes, she had to have fallen asleep in the night room because she shouldn't have fallen asleep in the master bedroom, could she? Let me just read what Roma says. Oops, I fell asleep. Was that Bob I saw? No, we know she's in the night room here. So I'm still not 100%. Like, we don't have a strong whereabout of how Bob got. We think he's killed in the master bedroom. So I think he's arranged to meet at sunset Tim, who shows up here and he gets hit on the head. And then our guy Bob must head back through the ballroom where he drops the pyramid in the trash and then into past the night room where she sees him and then jumps in the pool. And his motive is to cover up him, who's going to tell everyone that he's a fraud. The only thing I don't love is I don't love the not knowing where Phoenix is. But I guess maybe now we believe the woman who said she saw the Phoenix bird stay in the dining room the whole night. So I think it's solved. I think I've got it solved. No help from the channel tonight. I guess it's because it's New Year's and New Year's Eve. It's 5. We've been playing for 5 hours and 15 minutes. It's 3:15 a.m. Wednesday. I've got the chirping bird in my ear, driving me a little crazy. But I think this case is solved. If there's anyone asleep who thinks I'm about to make a bad mistake by accusing Bob Heck, it's time to speak up before I make a fool of myself. There's a Japanese tradition to start the new year the way you want the rest of the year to be. I would hate to start off this new year wrong. But it's too good to be wrong. The key to the entire mystery lays in one fact of human psychology. I could not understand how he could turn down that girl. The orphaned heiress. She doesn't have a mother-in-law. She's a millionaire. She's young. She's beautiful. And he's a working man servant. And she's written him a super romantic note. It's not just a quick hookup. It's, I want to spend my life with you. And he says, got your note. Not interested. Sorry. I mean, something's wrong with that picture. But now we know what is the answer. It's that he's gay and he's involved with Bob Heck, who's a fraud, and he's just learned that he's a fraud. Even though I think he's also blackmailing his boss. maybe he's going to try to blackmail Bob Heck too. And I think Bob Heck planned to meet him. They had a confrontation. Maybe he didn't even plan to kill him at that time, but he lost his mind, killed him. He runs out into the ballroom, drops the pyramid in the trash can, cuts through. As he's passing by, our girl wakes up from the night room and thinks she sees him outside the door. She says, "Is that Bob I just saw ran by?" He runs by. He jumps in the pool to wash his hands of blood. And that's it. Case closed. And we know it's Bob Heck that wrote him the secret note that lured him to his death, because he calls him Snickerdoodle, which we know Bob Heck is completely obsessed with sweets. So we've got our motive, because he knows about that Bob Heck is conducting tax fraud and scamming, embezzlement. And we've got our means, because it's compatible with him getting the pyramid. I believe that's true. It's a little... We know the pyramid was given between the mineral room. Let's see if we can track that last piece down. The person who owns the house, Murray Maurice, picked up the weapon in the mineral room. And he's walking on his way to the garden here. Presumably this way. And he passes someone who he gives the pyramid to. Now, could that have been Bob Heck? That's our only real question. Bob Heck is in the library, which is here, and he's making his way to the beach room. So if Bob Heck went this way, and if Bob Heck is here in the library and the owner, Maurice, is here, look. There they go. There's where they ran in. He gives them the pyramid. Off they go. And then we know Bob Heck is eventually in the pool room between stage 3 and 4. But what we think happened is he comes out with a pre-planned meeting to meet Tim here, kills him, runs, drops the pyramid, is seen here, and then jumps in the pool to wash his hands and maybe cool his mind, and doesn't have time to write much, which is why all he's written is wet, wet. All right. We're going to take our last 8-minute break, and then we're going to come back and read the solution and see if I've solved it. If you're watching at home, either live or recorded, you let me know if you think I'm right or wrong. Get yourself on the record, because we're going to come back and read the solution, and we'll test your ability to figure it out. I'll see you in 8 minutes. Okay, we're back, almost ready to solve a wealth of murder from Hunt a Killer. Well, I really feel, well, I've got thoughts about this game. We'll talk about it in a second. But let me show you why we keep to-do lists. Because you forget things. And look what we wrote down to not forget to do. Call the phone number. It is Tim's phone number. Now, is this going to actually work? We would have forgotten that if I hadn't written it down. Do you think that's going to be a real phone number? Now, if it is, what do you think we're likely to hear? Is it going to be a hint that he's gay? Are we going to pick something up or what? Let's call that number. I don't know if it's going to be real. It looks real. Someone's going to be angry to get a call from me at 3:30 a.m. on New Year's, but let's see if it works. 1-406-201-5724.
You've reached Tim Buckland. I can't get to the phone. Please leave a message. Thanks.
Hi, Tim. Just calling about that thing. We'll talk to you later. Now that's weird, isn't it? Because it is a phone number. It's created for this game. But it doesn't seem to serve a purpose. Is there something we're missing? A secret code? Oh, that's weird. Boy, that's weird. Isn't it? Is there something I missed? Ah, it's weird. Why would you put this in a game if it's not meant to be a clue? And what clue would it be? Oh, that's weird. We've got credits here for the creators of this game as well, Adam Mueller. We'll have to talk about that in a second. Boy, that's weird. Now, I'll tell you what would make sense is if we could get his messages and then hear one from Bob Heck. But I don't see how we've got any of that information. Very strange. Let me just make sure we've got all the items here. I did think that we should. That's very strange. I'm very curious about that. I don't think we need it. I did want to quickly scan through this to see if there's any other detail here from Jill. She says, I'm excited because Murray's assistant, Tim, would be there. Tim's a good friend of mine. No romance. That makes sense. I was looking forward to finally spending some time together. Looked like it would be a quick jet to another country. Remember screaming when I saw his body in Murray's bedroom. Everyone rushed in. They didn't scream. It's like they weren't there. Tim wasn't there. Gash in his head. All the blood. I think that's our other clue that the jumping in the water to wash off makes sense. No one officially investigated. Accident. Okay, she tells us about people. Bob Heck. Sold it for billions. He still has a sweet tooth. Then we've got all these other people. She's got an eye for detail. Graduation card. He doesn't have kids. I think that's the blackmail note. Blackmail reply. Tim was in charge of. You take message, encode them. I think it has something to do with which room people were staying in. I found one for each person, and then she finds the one from Roma and Murray, which we think we can explain that. He left them notes. One is not enough money, and one is I'm not interested in you. Takes a few minutes. It overlooks. The whole night is strange. She goes to wash dishes. It's a little bit before sunset. We chatted a while about traveling. The two of us in the kitchen in the golden white. Timer went off. Phase 3. He said he'd be right back. Yeah, he'd be right. Tim would be right back because he's going for his preset meeting at sunset. Doesn't have a family. No one else would do. He was my friend. He was always there for me. Okay, I don't understand that phone number, but otherwise, I feel pretty confident. All right, it doesn't look like anyone else in the chat is ready to speak up. Do we need to call that number again?
You've reached Tim Buckland. I can't get to the phone. Please leave a message. Thanks.
Just typing random stuff to see if it wakes up. Very strange. So be smart about it for a second. I'm sorry for keep delaying it. Okay. Think logically like a detective for a second. Let's say I told you there's nothing to that message, like it was so ordinary, no details. There's nothing to be gained from that message. We can't crack into it. We can't hear his message. There is another piece of information, isn't there? In fact, I can think of 2 more pieces of information we got from that. Can you think of what I'm thinking of? What information? I left my tea and coffee in the other room and my whiskey. What 2 pieces of information did we get from that thing? Well, I may be alone here in the channel, although we have passed the crossover point. 11 viewers, 13 likes. Okay, so let me tell you what I'm thinking. The first one is we got his phone number and area code, right? So if we think he's having a relationship and knows Bob Heck, perhaps we could determine from the 406 area code whether Bob Heck might be in the same area code, might have his number. The other thing that's interesting is he doesn't say like you've reached the the yeah, he doesn't say you've reached my family's home. He doesn't say you've reached Tim Buckland and the Buckland family. He sounds single. Those are the only two little details I can think of. This one troubles me a little bit in terms of my theory. Like, he seems to make a trip just us. Seems like he's might be a little bit romantically interested in her, but maybe not. No other phone numbers. That phone number thing is throwing me, but I think it's okay. I think it's going to be okay. All right. Well, we could either read the solution now, or we could look for hints. There's a whole thing about QR code for resources and hints. I think we're just going to take a chance, though, and read the solution, and we'll read the hints if we don't understand it. Make sure you know who the killer is. Boy, if we're wrong, it's going to be sad. Maybe I'll take a little peek at the little piece of sticky thing here. Boy, this is where we're suffering a little bit from not having a larger audience here to help me avoid making a mistake. I'm kind of nervous about this, I got to admit. I don't want to be wrong. Normally, I've got more people in the channel to help take the blame. All right, well, there's nothing to do but do it. If we're wrong, it'll be a lesson to learn going forward. Hello again, detective. Thank you for solving Tim's murder. You were absolutely right. It was Bob. That's the fireworks. That's the ticker tape. Because we were right. It was Bob. Now let's see if we missed any details. You were absolutely right. It was Bob. When he was pressed by the American police, he confessed, and now he's serving the maximum sentence. I'm still wrapping my head around it, but Bob was the only one who could have been with Tim when he was killed, as everyone else's location was accounted for in someone else's notes. Except, of course, when Bob said he was in his own bedroom. Roma saw Bob in the hallway outside her bedroom, but if Bob had been walking from his bedroom to the pool like he wrote down, Roma wouldn't have seen him. So that's the moment that Bob is unaccounted for. That's when he was in Murray's room with Tim. It was easy for him to lie about where he was since he knew his own room so well. It was also easy for him to lie because it turned out he didn't drink the tea. Thinking back about what he wrote, he was so much more lucid than everyone else. It seems obvious, doesn't it? That's interesting. We did not pick up on that. Someone had to bump into Murray outside his bedroom to get the murder weapon. Based on what we know, Bob's the only one who Murray could have bumped into, which means Bob had the pyramid before the murder. And I discovered the pyramid in the ballroom, which is on the way from the master bedroom to the pool room, where Bob ended up, according to his own words and Amber's notes. No one else went through there after Bob had the pyramid. So Bob had the murder weapon both before and after Tim was killed. So Bob bumped into Murray on his way to meet Tim in Murray's bedroom at sunset, received the murder weapon from an unwitting Murray, and used it to murder Tim. He then ran from the bedroom, through the ballroom, trashed the weapon, passed Roma's room, and jumped into the pool, exactly as I surmised. When I realized how Tim's greed had changed him, I decided to leave my job as Vita's assistant. Oh, sorry, I skipped the thing. Why did he do it? I can't believe it. Tim was trying to blackmail Bob. He got away with extorting Murray. That's what I said. Remember, that's what that card is about. And I guess he thought he could do the same with Bob, only Bob wasn't ready to lose what he'd just got. The opportunity was there. He had the means and the motive. A quick dip in the pool helped to get rid of any noticeable blood. Remember, that's what I said. Suddenly, he was ready to meet everyone in Murray's room. When I realized how Tim's greed had changed him, because he's blackmailing Murray and he tried to blackmail Bob, I decided to leave my job as Vita's assistant. She understood, actually, and offered me a really great financial package to help me get started in my own business. I didn't want her money, but she insisted, so I donated it to a charity in Tim's name. If I'm going to make something of myself, I'm going to do it on my own. A clean break from the world of rich people in mansions. And I'm not the only one. Roma joined the Peace Corps, so now she's going to travel the world and experience a very different kind of life. I hope she finds what she's looking for. Vita's enjoying her new brand. I think she likes getting attention for being something other than Mrs. Lancaster, who inherited her husband's family fortune. Phoenix's business tanked, and it was a very public implosion. He settled his lawsuit, but the Morpho method died as a result. Now I hear he's come out with a new thing, Revify, from what I can tell, it's another self-help money grab. Amber got exposed for covering up the negative effects of her products. Turns out there was a litany of issues, not just with the multivitamin. She's currently stuck in a long trial. I don't think her business will recover, and it's not looking good for Amber either. She's facing serious jail time for fraud and reckless endangerment. Then there's Murray. He recently retired and started a nonprofit environmental group. Among other things, they provide scholarships and grants for students in environmental science programs. You know, I spent so much of my life working for Vita that I really lost sight of myself. I think Tim lost himself too. I just wish he had a chance to find himself again. Thank you for everything. Sincerely, Jill Dunn. All right, we're going to talk about this game. I want to hear your thoughts. But I want to also look up the hints here and see if it tells us anything about the phone call that we missed. $29 at Target. Okay. Resources, hints, and reveals. Let's see what we can see here. So it wants a password. It says it's riches. Okay, come on, guys. Okay, how to use the hints if you want to make sure you have anything. Okay, notes for the various things. I think we understand all of this. So you've got hints for each thing. So Bob's motive hint. Background information can help you get to know Bob better. He's a relatively new member of the group. He's only recently come into... All right, so we've got hints on everything. Suspect movement hints. Let's see. So a little discussion of how to track their movements. Nice detailed, lots of stuff here. And here are the reveals for all of these. Physical documents, digital documents. If you can't read it, you can look whole transcripts here. Tim's voicemail audio transcript. Okay. You've reached Tim Buckland. I can't get to the phone. Please leave a message. Thanks. No note that there's anything significant about it. Very interesting. Well, big, long, detailed hints, big, long, detailed transcription of the audio. No note to why that's important, though. And then is the solution just what we read? No, it's a full detailed solution of how you could solve it. Let's see. We understand all this. Tells you how to decode everything. Any note about the phone call? Let's read this graduation card to make sure I understood that properly. The message from Tim to Murray confirms neither Murray nor Roma had received a phone call, so he wrote it to himself. He says he hasn't given you enough money, threatens to reveal the media. The graduation card addressed to Tim mentions a one-time gift of monetary contribution, supposedly in celebration of Tim's daughter. However, Jill's letter points out he doesn't have a daughter. Close reading of the graduation card and the message from Tim to Murray, you'll discover Tim was blackmailing Murray, demanding more money, which gives Murray a motive. And that's what the card was about. And then here we were supposed to figure out that the lipstick was the love note from Roma. We did. How to connect which item is owned by which person. You'll see Bob is the only suspect. I want to see where we can figure out. Jill's letter mentions dumping out a cup of cold tea, suggesting someone didn't drink their tea. That was the one little detail that was hidden there that we could have figured out. That's pretty sweet, actually, because someone in the chat mentioned that when we read the first letter that this person's writing was getting worse and worse. And it was interesting that one of the tiny little clues was that Bob's writing didn't get crazy. That's pretty subtle. That's pretty subtle. Also, I don't think it's quite fair to tell say that the players should have known for sure that Bob was outside her bedroom, because she just wakes up and says, "Is that Bob?" Maybe. So she could have been wrong, and we had to guess that she was talking about someone outside the bedroom, but that was pretty cool. Now, I was hoping to see the note about the snickerdoodle. There. To figure out opportunity, you'll need to determine when and where the murder happened. According to Jill's letter, Tim was killed in the master bedroom after phase 3 of the tea ceremony close to sunset. The torn novel page that Jill found has a series of circled words. It spell out a message that says, "Morning snickerdoodle, speak again in the bedroom, see you at sunset." The next step was to determine where each suspect was. Doesn't seem to be saying anything about them being lovers, which was my conclusion because of the snickerdoodle and see you again and all that. So that's a little odd to me, that part. Reveal, what would it be? What note is that? Doesn't really say it. Hidden item, Tim's voicemail revealed when the phone number on the house brochure is called. It still doesn't say why that has any significance. How strange that is. So a couple of strange, inexplicable things. And we're told that Tim was blackmailing Bob, which we knew he was threatening to give it up. He says, "I can stay silent." But it is, I guess maybe the game is suggesting that it's not so much that they were lovers, but that they were talking, that Tim was trying to blackmail him to keep quiet and he wanted money. And so that's why he would show up. But I think the snickerdoodle seems to suggest that they might have been lovers. Interesting. Phone call is still a mystery. All right, so what we're going to do is what we normally do here. We're going to take an official little break, a short one, just so you can collect your thoughts, and we'll come back and talk about the game. It may only be Kit Kat is here with me, but if you can stick around for 5 minutes, I'd love to hear what you thought of the game. I will share my thoughts then too in 5 minutes. Well, we're back to talk about A Wealth of Murder by Hunt a Killer, a 4 out of 5 difficulty game. It's taken us 6 hours to play. Box says 2 to 2.5 hours. That's about right. We normally multiply by 3. And we are now going to talk about the experience and how we liked, what we thought of A Wealth of Murder. Let's check in with the chat first. Kit Kat says, I enjoyed it. Loved the props and the documents seemed to be well done. Thought the storyline was pretty good. Was surprised that I forgot about the tea being thrown out. DJ Moneycut says, I'm here, but I wasn't watching most of the time. Was it good? Seemed like a good wrap-up. Why would you watch the end, DJ? Why not just save it and go watch it? Okay, well, I loved it. I thought it was maybe the best, by far better than the other small box Hunt a Killers. So I did a review of 3 of the small box Hunt a Killers, Murder at the Motel. I forget what the other 2 were. Murder on the Boardwalk, something else. This was a far richer experience. Really an enjoyable case. First of all, the writing here was really very good. The sort of motivational first letter. I mean, whenever you get like this big, look at this big intro letter, dense with information, and written really well, sort of like motivated this case. And then this beautiful ending solution. You saw the quality of the hints solution. This almost feels like this isn't a Hunt a Killer game. This kind of feels like it's in a different tier. This is your S tier Hunt a Killer. If this is any sign, this is a 2024 game, so brand new. If this is any sign of the direction Hunt a Killer is going, it is a very good sign indeed for all of us. I mean, it's really hard to fault this, and I challenge you to find a better webpage of hints and solutions. And the materials here, everything is handwritten. All of these documents with different handwriting for each of the people. This note curled up inside a hidden usable lipstick container instead of the normal Hunt a Killer bullshit locked bag. These notes, which one is ripped, one is burned just to add atmosphere. It wasn't really important. This ciphering, which is a big improvement from other Hunt a Killer ciphering, which is painful to work with. Here you get one of the things that's sort of giving you a trick, teaching you, if you're observant, what kind of cipher it is. Very clever, very subtle. I mean, the documents, the items are beautifully done. Little handwriting here. So documents were great. Solution was great. Intro was great. This beautiful map, which was critical to solving. You had to sort of spatially replay stuff with this dense description of all the rooms. I am not used to this kind of quality, dense material from Hunt a Killer, and it is really welcome. But then add on top the very subtle, beautiful clues. And when we got to maybe an hour or 2 before the end, I was like, I guess it's Phoenix. Everyone else has a location where they are. We had to take detailed notes to reconstruct like a little logic puzzle, who was where. That was fun. I could see some groups not loving that, but I liked it. And figuring out a little bit of a puzzle nature to this game, figuring out who belongs to who, and then using different stuff from different notes to retrace their movements. I think you could make a couple complaints about the game, thinking some people had a hardcore alibi, even though it was a little iffy. They could have gone here, gone there. But what was really cool is that when we got to the end, we sort of had one person who just had their locations had to be inferred through some very subtle clues spread out everywhere. A couple people were clear couldn't have been there, but what was weird was that, you know, Bob had his locations. So, I mean, if you looked at all of them on the face of it, it was Phoenix that had the more ambiguous, but all of them, if you took them at their word, had their location alibis. But at the end, the critical stuff, which was so cool, was we did put together 3 or 4 different pieces of evidence that when they all were consistent enough, we had our person. And one of the really cool ones was like this note and this note compared to what the secret note said. So we know he said to the, he said to the girl, we had to figure out that it wasn't a phone message, but he said to the girl, got your note, not interested, sorry. But then we had 2 notes that seemed to be hookup notes. One we did match by context and by handwriting to the girl. So we said, okay, that must be her note that he's talking about. And then what was this one? We couldn't really figure it out. And then it was only really at the end when we really went through some of the more subtle little stuff. There's so much dense information here, but the subtle little stuff about he was murdered in the Master Murray's bedroom, weapon was found discarded in the trash of the ballroom. When we put all that together, and the point about this secret rendezvous saying, see you at sunset in M bedroom. And then the comment by Vita that they were washing up dishes a couple minutes before sunset. Then it all made sense that this lured him to the master bedroom where he was killed, and that the person then ran out, dropped the pyramid weapon in the ballroom, and then probably headed to the pool. And that the pool wasn't so much a location alibi for Bob as more damning evidence that he actually probably jumped in the pool to wash up the blood. That was beautiful. And it also matched why he might have been seen walking by this door, which we weren't even told he was seen walking by. That's the other beautiful calibrated level of the mystery here, because all we really heard from that woman who was there is, whoops, I fell asleep. And then, was that Bob I saw? So in the beginning, we're like, did Bob come in the night room? That doesn't make sense. But then we figured out maybe she just saw him running by the room, and it still wasn't sure. It's not like she just said, I saw Bob. She said, was that Bob? Just enough of a little doubt that we couldn't be sure. And really, that's what you want in a game like this. That was what was so wonderful. So really precisely calibrated that all of these little hints are just ambiguous enough to not be sure about. But when you put the propensity, when you put all the clues together, it all was enough. And that's a very magical thing. It is very hard to do that. In fact, that's asking for too much from most mystery games. I don't expect most mystery games to be able to balance all the clues on a head of a pin so that at the end you're not 100% sure. Boy, that was well done. and multiple people had motives. And it's almost like in this cold case, we got a side story of the, like, that's also unusual. This fact that this was almost like a bonus mystery to solve, to figure out he was blackmailing this guy. Holy cow. This is like a really well done case. This is like a top cryptic killers level subtle stuff here. Who gets credit for this? Adam Mueller, story by Adam Mueller, written by Adam Mueller. Adam Mueller is, I believe, high up in Hunt the Killer. He's like the person who runs the creative team or something. Graphic design was fantastic. Game design by Casey Cheney. I don't know what that means. I don't know, but... Well, I think this marks a different... I mean, we've had some fun playing some hunter-killer games. I've played some that I didn't really like as much, but... This one, Death on the Vine, was very good as well. Different team. But, yeah, they should be very proud of themselves. This is a very satisfying case with some subtle stuff. Couple things are strange. The phone number thing is strange. And it's not explained in the detailed hints either. I don't know what that means. I don't know if it means... I mean, it's bizarre that you would go to the trouble of registering a phone number and keeping it working for years if it doesn't serve a purpose. Maybe they're just collecting answering machine messages for fun. Very strange. But, and I could see... I mean, I did conclude that they were also had some, that he was gay. I guess you could argue about that and whether he was being blackmailed. Very little to criticize here. Well, I think this is probably... Oh, yeah, this is my favorite hunter-killer game. And for a small little box of this, it's also one of the ones getting the least attention. That's a shame. The story was really good. It was interesting characters, people, small cast, enough to get to know them all. The detail that went into making a believable world, this whole thing was just for flavor. All of this stuff that was fun to read, just for flavor. That is an S-class mystery game, up there with the Cryptic Killers hard top-ranked games. Very impressive. And some cool mementos when you're finished as well. A nice little snake necklace. A donut keychain. You could use all these. A die to help you make decisions. And some crazy lipstick. And pill bottle. All right, well, we're going to wrap it up here. A very nice way to bring in the new year. Nice to spend it here with some new people. Well, I hope you get a chance to play this game on your own before you watch our playthrough. Or maybe you're watching this after having played it. I guess we could make a couple constructive criticisms. Let's not leave here without making some constructive criticisms. Okay, here's the one I have. Everything is beautifully done here and beautifully written. A huge amount of care went into that website to provide hints and solutions. Now, imagine you're playing and you've played for 6 hours and you miss, you guess wrong. You guess wrong. Imagine how disappointing it's going to be to open up this envelope, which does say make sure you know who the killer is. Imagine how sad you're going to be when you open it up and it says, yes, you're right, it was Bob, and you guessed Phoenix. You guessed someone wrong. It is a terrible shame and almost inexcusable that for this game, they don't have a way to ask you to put in your answer on the website or on a card and find out you're wrong without being told the right answer, the way many of these games work. It's a tragedy that players playing this hard game can't go onto the website and say, I think it's Roma, and have the website say, no, you missed something, go back. And let the players go back and get another hour of enjoyment finding out what they missed. That is a real shame. When you get a good case like this, to think that some players are going to get to the end and have the answer given them when they were wrong. Maybe we can help fix that by telling people that they shouldn't open the solution. They should go to the website and read the hints or something. We took a chance because we're experts at this and we felt good enough to risk our lives on it, but I would not be happy if I was. This is not a game for beginners, for sure. All right. Well, I had a blast. It was fun spending this time with you. Great way to bring in the new year. I might have COVID. If I do, we might have less streaming than usual in the coming weeks. If I don't have COVID, I will see the Razorhurst gang on Thursday. There'll be no live stream tomorrow. And then on Sunday, we have our Improv New York Noir by mail. And then back to regular stuff next week. A pleasure. I'll see you next time.